Hello, everyone. This is 2022 ChesscomGlobal Championship, and we are the commentary team for this show. International Master David Pruess and Women Grandmaster Tsatsalashvili. Hello, David, and welcome.
Hi, Ketty. Welcome to you. Is this your first time doing one of the play-in tournaments for the CGC?
It is the first time, and I'm so excited to see this format. It's something new for me, and so far what I have seen is a lot of prize fund and a little bit different format. So let's take a look at the schedule first of all, and then format, and then prize.
Yeah. So the schedule is that these are being held 2 of these qualifier play-ins every Monday and 2 every Friday. So right now we're doing the second one for Monday. There are a total of 16 of these qualifiers that we're watching right now to qualify 32 players. The eligible players for this are any verified titled player and anybody who won their way in through the Open Qualifier phase. And for those who made it in today, it will be a 9-round Swiss with 10+0 time control, same as the Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship, that time control. And the qualification is tricky. You want to tell us how players will qualify from today's event?
Yes, so the first place will qualify right away to the next phase, and the second place and the third place will play additional match. There will be a tiebreak of 2 games. In case of a tie, we might have also Armageddon today. So over today, we're going to have 2 people knowing already that they will play in the next tournament of Global Championship, next phase. In fact, let's take a look at the timeline and check it out, where the tournament started and how long this phase is going to continue, David.
Yeah, we're in the last week right now of what's called the Open Qualifier phase. And that is a series of tournaments where anybody who's verified their identity on chess.com can participate, and they don't need to be a titled player. Those who win from that join the play-in phase, which is also happening now concurrently. The play-in phase has titled players as well as those qualifiers. The play-in phase, we've got another week after this week, but this is the last week for Open Qualifier. So if you want, anybody who's watching right now who sees today's event and says, oh my goodness, I need to be part of that, they can still qualify during this week and participate in a play-in phase tournament like this, either on Friday or next week. And then we'll have a month break before the knockout phase with the top 64 players begins in September. And once you're in the knockout phase, you're pretty close to the finals, but the knockout phase is going to be split into 2 halves. The 64 players getting knocked down to 8 players, and then those final 8 players go to a live in-person finals in Canada.
Oh, there's going to be a huge event. Top 8 players facing each other in the Over the Bird tournament. That's going to be huge. Chesscom promises we're going to see that. But first of all, let's take a look at the prize fund for today. So we do have here about $4K dollars for this tournament, and the winner will get $850 plus qualification, as well as the second place, but the second player will get $600. We have the prizes for 3rd and 4th places, as well as 5th and 8th, and highest non-titled player as well will get $300. And David, it's time to bring now the total prize fund of the knockout and the finals.
Yes, because normally $4,000 would be a fair amount for an event, but here it's just like the appetizer for these players. The real prizes come in the knockout phase, which has about $1 million of prizes, including $200,000 for first prize. For the optimistic players, they can say, if I get into the knockout, I get $200,000. The pessimistic players can say, if I get into the knockout, I get at least $5,000. If you lose your first match in that knockout, it's a $5,000 prize. And overall, this is, I mean, these are the biggest prizes of any chess event I've seen other than the World Championship match.
It is. I was truly shocked when I saw these numbers. And this is amazing that chess can give us this opportunity. The tournament has already started. We can see the first game now on the board. But before we go very deep into the chess analysis, David, which kind of player and a person you are? Are you the one who thinks that, oh, that's a chance to get 200K? Or you are the player who thinks like, oh, I can get 5K. That's a guaranteed already.
Very, very good question, Katie. Throughout my career, when I was actually playing, I would have been the optimistic one. I would have been thinking, if I get to that knockout and they invite Kramnik and Anand and whoever, I'm still going to win it. You know, by the time I get there, if I'm playing my best, yeah, I'm going to win the tournament. So I would be looking always at the first place prize of every event I played in and not the last place prize.
There we go. That's a very good attitude, I'm sure. I'm sure everyone in the chat agrees with that. And that's the true character of the chess player who always wants to win and to be the first. I like that, David. What about this game? What we are looking right now?
Okay, so right now we're seeing a Marazzi bind from white. It's designed to prevent black from playing b5 and from playing d5. And so far, it looks like white's preventing those moves very easily. But Baku Boulevard has thrown a5, a4 down the board and found some tension against the b pawn. Very, very aggressive play from black. And it is a pawn sacrifice as white chose by taking on c5. Yeah, we see a lot of confidence from black here, you know, on the clock, on the board, throwing such an aggressive variation at white so quickly.
Right. Oh, I don't believe that he took the knight c5 because this knight will be under the pin. This knight will be under the pin, and we have to find the most accurate way to use this. So queen has to take on e2, right? And then bishop d4 can be the check. And I thought this rook on c1 was a bishop. I think also white player thought it was a bishop and he could play bishop e3, but you cannot do such a thing.
Yeah.
Is that a blunder?
It's a straight up blunder. White's lost a piece here. Whether or not they realized that knight e2 was check, I don't know. But I think even knight takes e6 wouldn't have saved white if they weren't in check, because black could have played queen takes queen on d1 and then been up a piece. I mean, this was a pretty bad blunder from Lili, in my opinion, because when I was looking at this position, I was thinking fundamentally for sacking the pawn, black has got some counterplay on the dark squares, right? White had to give up the dark squared bishop to get the knight off of a4 and win that pawn. Black's got the a file and the dark squares. And then white tries to take a pawn on the dark squares, right? It was really not a very alert or likely move from white's perspective. And yeah,
that was a very unfortunate blunder, and started with giving up the dark square bishop. And honestly, I truly liked here white's position at the beginning when we started because of this f4, e4 pawns and d5 square for the knight. And there were some ideas to push f5, but it's already the past. I think our viewers cannot even remember what we're talking about because now we have this position and black has these two bishops, very active bishops, and it's just an extra piece for two pawns. That's not enough.
Yeah, no, I mean, if white had a great position and black's extra piece were a knight, then we might say, let's watch in suspense to see if black can convert the piece. But black's extra piece is this unopposed dark squared bishop. I mean, it doesn't matter if white's got one pawn or two pawns. Even if white had three pawns in a position like this, you know, put an extra pawn on b5 or d3 or something, and black would just be winning very, very easily with this extra piece. So I'm going to go in search of a different game for us to watch, Ketty, because I think this one is done. Yes. Are you with me?
Pretty much, especially when we have the time control of 10 minutes. You don't even need the increment because black has spent like
49 seconds. He's cruising. He's cruising, right? So, and I'll just say before we move on that Black is the highest seed in today's tournament with a 2,700 rapid rating. And that is Rauf Mamedov of Azerbaijan. Okay. So, you know, a member of their team. It's going to be it's going to be maybe the second strongest team at the Olympiad, which is now coming up really soon. So that's Rauf Mamedov, and I'm clicking on the game of another top Azeri player, Gadir Guseynov. So we're gonna stick with the Azerbaijani team for the moment.
Right. And David, also this might be the one of the last day maybe for those players who are playing at the Olympiads as the main players, like not a substitute, but the main players, because I'm sure they will find it difficult to play Olympiad, the over-the-board tournament for 5 hours, and then to play online tournament. Although we have seen already some of the cases which we had a participant playing over-the-board tournament and online the tournament quite successfully. So we will see that in the next week.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing in the Olympiad, your teammates and your team captain, your coach, they might not want you playing you know, a 3 or 4 hour online tournament, maybe in the middle of the night on the same day that you're playing there. However, with $1 million prize fund, I think you might see some Olympiad players continuing to play these qualifiers, you know, and sort of weighing the two things, you know, maybe telling the reserve, why don't you play on Monday and I'll play the rest of the week, but I'm going to play a qualifier for the global championships.
Oof, that's a lot of things. And we have heard so many funny stories about, I myself have heard it from Georgian team, how they are negotiating to play and not to play the games. But now this tournament can be a really good reason that I'm sure we might see some of the players from Olympiad playing this event the next week, because we have one of the final qualifiers for this one and one of the last chances. All right, what we are looking now, what is this position?
Okay, so this is probably from like a King's Indian attack kind of opening from white, but they, as we were watching, they made this pawn break of d3, d4, sort of, you know, getting rid of the center. So now we have an open position, right? No center pawns, lots of room for the bishops. In general, the white bishops look pretty well placed because fianchettoed bishops are at their best when you don't have a pawn structure in the center. But until Black played f5, I would have said Black's position is also very reasonable and solid, low on weaknesses. But here, Jorge Rino decided to take on a little bit of a weakness in order to get some more space. And we'll see how that plays out.
All right. Yes, also his hope was to play some dynamic moves, as the queen is on e-file as Black's rook, and some moves like bishop b3 was a threat. But now white is offering an exchange of a queen, and in case if Black trades the queen, then a5 will be a weakness. And also, I'm not a big fan of f5 pawn to be on f5 when it's in the end game, because this pawn can be a target for white. So Black should keep the queen on the board. Yeah,
and I think that you're right. When Black played f5, they were thinking dynamically. They were thinking if bishop takes b3. They were thinking if maybe bishop d5 takes g2. They were thinking if maybe f5, f4. You know, sometimes in a rapid game, you're sort of like, I might be able to do this, I might be able to do that. You have some ideas, versus a classical game where you would figure out, can I or can't I achieve this move? And then you might not play f5 if you can tell that you won't be able to play f4. But here, Black might think, I've got this idea, I've got that idea. And I really like Gadir's response with queen e5. I bet that took a lot of energy out of Jorge Rino to feel like, oh no, I'm not getting what I want.
It took a lot of time from him. As we can see now, he's down to 2 minutes and 40 seconds over here. And queen d6, beautiful move, attacks the bishop on e6, and also c6 pawn is out there under attack. Bishop d5 seems to be a blunder. What's that? It should be some tactics here.
I was actually thinking, and more like if black had more time left on the clock, but I was thinking black should consider f4 as a big pawn sacrifice right here after queen d6. It's also potentially a piece sack on e6. F4, rook takes e6, pawn takes g3. There's no obvious ways to defend everything. But black was pretty low on time by this point. So they play like a simple move to not hang the c6 pawn, not hang the e6 bishop. And we get a trade and knight c4. And
I'm surprised that white did not play a rook to e8. That is the move I would play, like intermediate move here before knight c4. So you want to keep the rook on d file. So in some lines you can play rook d5. And now what we have on the board, black is the one who took the rook on e1 with a check.
And found a central square for the queen this way. So things aren't easy. Black's got 2 pawns hanging on c6 and a5, but they're ready to throw the move f4 at white. And that's going to be, plenty of counterplay.
Right.
That's where the time advantage comes in for white.
It's huge time advantage, and we don't have any increment here. And knight d5, white centralizes knights. Now, how about queen e6 check and get the knight on g6 on f7 with a check? White managed to bring the safety for the king. Oh, he went for knight c6. That's also fine.
Recapturing the pawn with a little trap, queen b3, queen d5. Doesn't really defend the knight. So the knight on d5 has to find a new home. And Horcherino goes the most aggressive route towards e4, right? c3, maybe back to e4. And it looks like he's doing okay. I want to make an observation about the time usage, Ketty, which is, I feel like in every game we watch, the lower rated player is way behind on time. They're so worried about the good player, so to speak, that they're playing safer. They're double checking, hesitating, all that. Mate in one.
Oh, no. Rook f6. He wanted to guard queen g6 square. He wanted to avoid queen g6. It was not a checkmate, but he gave up the control.
Plus g6 was actually defended. I was going to say that from my perspective, Gadir had kind of not used that nice big time advantage as effectively as he could, because it's a big deal when you get into this kind of a fight here and suddenly one player's got 1 or 2 minutes and the other's got 6 or 7, that suddenly you've handed them a huge advantage. When some moment comes up and you have to calculate, are you taking this pawn? Are you going for queen e6 and knight g6, like you said? And but I didn't expect that black would simply blunder.
That was painful for black. But you mentioned about the low-rated player being a bit careful. That actually happens to me very often when I play a high-rated player. I'm losing on time, then I'm panicking, and I'm trying to play like super safe, not the normal chess, and that affects on the game. So yeah, shall we choose the other game to take a look?
Yeah, let's see if we've got any other games still going here. We've got Grigory Oparin, somebody we definitely wanted to watch, and it looks like he's down a knight with the d6 pawn as not really compensation. He's facing a mate threat. He's got it covered for the moment, so he advances the d pawn.
What's going on?
Well, the knight could just come back.
King now is
the rook.
Rook. No, poor rook.
Oh my gosh. We are seeing
was a beautiful tactic though. d7 and queen d4 and then queen d6. That was like hop and you're losing the rook.
Right. On king c7 or c6, there would have also been this queen d6 move.
How about queen c5? And if you take the knight, then I can just survive?
Yeah, the bishop stopping queen
Fancy.
c2 to b2, so there's no combination to get to checkmate. Wow. So we're seeing like some blunders when we get down to the final time pressure in these games. Is a minute with no increment is very different than a minute with 2-second increment. You've got this pressure on you to keep some time on your clock, or you won't be able to win a position, even up a rook or a knight.
Right. And also, David, we're not very familiar. Like, I think also other players to play without an increment, right? It might be a bit difficult to somehow manage to play the game to fit in 10 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I think we might have some heartbreaking blunders here. Although we have seen already 2 out of 3 games.
It's promising a day of those. So this is the last game of round 1 right now. Roman Detyarov against Lou 95 Damiano, and yeah.
Well, Black just played e4. Black wants to get the queen on the long diagonal a1, h8 to threaten and checkmate. You can also bring the knight somehow on b5 to threaten checkmate, knight a3.
Mm-hmm.
And now this is the situation when queen and the bishop, in fact, is way better pieces than 2 rooks, because those 2 rooks are not even connected, and Black's king so far is safe. So I don't even see here a compensation for white.
No, I mean, Black also has a bishop and a queen and 3 pawns against the 2 rooks. So white is heavily outnumbered this game. You mentioned the mate with a knight on a3. That's one of my favorite checkmates. So we'll see if Damiano can pull it off.
He's going there. He's going that way.
Yep.
All right. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Close.
All right. So, Roto asks, what are we seeing? Are we just seeing significantly lower rated players get completely winning positions and then make blunders and lose? That is the theme of round 1, Roto. Yes, the theme of round 1 was the lower rated players giving maybe too much respect, because in a certain sense, I mean, you just have to believe in your ability to win the game. Giving too much respect, getting too low on time, and then even if your position's good, it's very hard to play.
It is hard to play. The first, and this is the tournament where all the verified players can take a part. This is not only title players, guys. So I think first 3-4 games might be some like disbalanced, and then up to from 5 to the rest of the rounds, we're gonna have quite stable rated players. Like we will not see this much blunders, I guess.
Wow, now that's some king activity. So I was wrong. There were a few more games still going. I managed to find some of them. So here we've got Spicy Caterpillar, Ray Robson, showing the value of an active king in the end game, right? His king has made it all the way down the board for a touchdown. And once it got behind the white pawns, it was just cramping all the white pieces, and even wins a full piece right there. So that's a good start for Ray. A nice win with Black. Now we've got Samvel Tersahakian of Armenia playing out a queen endgame. And a queen trade would be winning for Black. So White's gonna have to move away from that. Gets behind the A pawn. And now White can push B6, B7. It looks okay for White. Oh, the queen's even correctly placed to defend F2 if Black played queen B2.
Ah, look at this. Now this is going to be a draw.
Now it can be a draw.
But what about the time? No, it will not be a draw. You can actually flag your opponent. It cannot be a draw.
We're down to the end. Yeah, if there were a 2-second increment, of course it would be a draw. But now White basically has to get 50 moves in under the time limit with 3 seconds left.
Yeah, Black is the one who has more time, and Black is the one who tries not to repeat the position. Black,
Oh, Mrs. G takes h4 on the move. Can only grab the pawn so fast.
No, it was a blunder and blunder. 2 blunders in a row. Oh.
So that is truly the final game of the round. There we see, once again, the higher rated player winning purely off of the extra time on the clock. That game as well. There was no reason on the board for Kesnelra to lose that game. They can feel happy probably that they played a game, played the queen endgame correctly against a very strong 2600 plus FIDE grandmaster. But nevertheless, in terms of online chess, in terms of 10+0, in terms of, the competition for $1 million, the full point does go to Tsatsalashvili.
Yeah, that's the rule of this competition. And actually it spices the things up. And for the commentators, for the viewers, I think this is a very good thing. I don't know about the players. I think some of them might enjoy because they can also show some flagging skills. I guess most of them have the flagging skills. I hate that though. I don't have any flagging skills.
Yeah.
I have been flagged many times. So I envy them, but all right.
The only flagging skill I have is like the skill of being able to flag from any situation. Like if I've got 30 seconds and you've got 5 seconds and it's an opposite colored bishop ending, you can still flag me if you want to.
Yeah, that's okay. Our match would be nice thing to see who gonna flag first.
Yeah. We've got a question about why the tournament has no increment, and it's simple answer. Basically, when chess.com runs a big Swiss tournament, then they're usually going to remove the increment or go down to at least a 1 second increment so that it's predictable when the rounds finish and you don't have a bunch of players waiting for one end game to finish. When chess.com has a smaller format with just a few players, then they're almost always going to put an increment on the game so that you'll get to see the game finish over the board.
Right. My favorite ones are Rook versus Rook endgame.
Oh, yeah.
When I do Title Tuesday, you're waiting for the last game. There should be at least once Rook versus Rook endgame lasting for 15 minutes. So that's why we don't have increment here. So
that's where you need an arbiter to come in and just declare the game a draw on them or something, right? When you've got the whole Title Tuesday waiting and they're just shuffling their rooks in circles.
Right. So we will not have that one today, but we have very interesting games so far. What are we seeing now?
I wanted to check out the new US junior champion, Christopher Yu. The US junior championship just finished about a week ago. Very, very intense competition. Many good players in the US now. Christopher Yu won by a full point. Very, very convincing performance. And he's got some experience in this 10+0 format, and with this King's Indian attack that he's using here against the French defense. The last time I saw Chris in action in online chess, he beat Kramnik with the King's Indian attack. And it was truly a good game. It wasn't just, some flagging skills or something like that. Chris, very, very strong player. So hoping to see a few games of his today.
All right, let's take a look how this is going. H5 has been played by this, hoping to cool down a little bit the attack on the king side and starts to heat up the things on the queen side. That's why where white is more strong. Rook G8, I don't know what this move is played for. Maybe Rook G5 and to take H5 pawn now.
Yeah, I think also he may have had some fear that Chris could take the pawn on G4. If black played, let's say F6 would be the main alternative for how to play a position like this, right? You could try to blow the game open with F6, and maybe he was worried that Chris would play knight takes G4 and then bring the knight to E5, and there'd be a whole series of trades, but basically white would be up a pawn. So, so he defends the pawn first maybe, and now Chris with bishop B2, I think is preparing the move C4. Bishop
Yeah, otherwise
G5.
this bishop b2 looks so strange to my eyes to have behind this bishop behind this pawn
Yeah.
chain. So, oh, he's going for bishop a3 and he wants to play bishop d6 to win a queen, and Black says like, I saw that, I'm going to control this square, and the trade might be good for Black here because this bishop, dark square bishop for Black was not really strong piece and was struggling to find the perfect spot.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like the critical move for Black last move before bishop a3 was f6.
Bless you.
Excuse me. And for White, c4. I mean, every time I see a position like this, I just think the pawn break is so critical. So I'm a little surprised to see Black spend a tempo on king b8, which doesn't really stop White's c4 move as far as I can tell. And then for Chris not to play c4, I don't think this trade was more important than his pawn break. So
I agree with that. It also, like, White played this bishop b2, bishop a3, just you kind of switch your plan, and we don't see you really like follow up after that. So knight e3 has been played, rook g5. Now Black would be happy to trade h5 pawn for g4 pawn, because Black will have a chance to open up the h file then later on, like rook g5 and h5 h4, and now bishop b2 again. So David, yeah, there was like a little bit you know,
some hesitation, and then he changed his mind, right? And I think right now he's regretting that he didn't play c4, because he's saying, well, I can trade the dark squared bishops and, you know, maybe make a little weakness on d6 or something like that, but I can't use it. The one thing my position needs is the move c4. And the part of the reason is the knight on d7 is covering b6, and White's got no other way to attack that square. Otherwise, if you already had an open file and a good target on it, you wouldn't need to look any further for a plan as White, right? You would just play rook b1, attack the b6 pawn with your knights. But he can't here, and his position just needs the move c4. Now London Kid goes for the move f6, which is what I think Black's position needs. And if Chris answers with c4, we'll be in the main fight of this game.
Oh, it's massive complication in the center, and I think it's White should try to do that, or maybe White is thinking first to take on f6, but there's also this kind of sacrifices. Maybe he's also considering to sacrifice a piece for 2 pawns, and then somehow to use the fact that there will be some weaknesses also in the center.
I'll say this about a move like bishop takes d5. It's the kind of move that in a rapid game, your opponent might not have checked, right? So sometimes there'll be an opportunity that your opponent hasn't calculated. If you take on f6, of course, that's what Black's planning on. And their idea is that then they've got 2 pieces attacking d4, and they're again trying to prevent White from playing c4, right? But when people are playing a rapid game, they may easily not consider a move like bishop takes d5 in some position. And sometimes, you know, the knight comes here, you win back b6, or you take on e7, you capture here, or you push. Sometimes there may be something there. So I think it's the kind of move that you want to check if you're looking for an opportunity that your opponent might have given you.
Yeah, this should be, and White used this time. And couldn't find anything there, played a takes f6, and the engine on the side says that it's a good decision, and it was one of the best choice to take this pawn there. Maybe now knight can move away and start to attack the pawn on e6. Like, how about knight c2? E6 pawn is under attack, you have to guard it. If you play rook e8, now I can take bishop d5, or this knight can go knight a3 and knight b5. I do like this square for the knight.
Wow, knight c2, what an option, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, let's see. Is this where we are live? White is still thinking knight c2. If that's a great move, I think Chris will find it. One thing I just want to throw out there about Chris is I think that these King's Indian attack positions are actually very, very intricate to play, because sometimes you have to play positionally and sometimes you suddenly throw an attack at the opponent. I think that's a hard thing for a lot of players to balance, knowing which way you're going to play the game. And Chris, I think, is fantastic at that, sort of keeping the positional tension when he needs to, and then switching into the attack mode when it's time.
Right. Knight c2. There we go. I hope this knight goes on a3 and b5, and then maybe bishop a3 and bishop d6 then. Actually, white is here spending a lot of time. That's true. We also have this in our comment, but I think this was quite critical moment for white, and he found, oh, there we go.
And here comes the other part of your maneuver, knight a3. And the other thing that knight c2 did was, by overprotecting d4, had black done nothing, he could have played c4. But black counters with e5 in the center. And this is the fight now. And Chris is down 2 minutes as the fight starts. But he played knight a3 quickly, suggesting that he'd considered e5 and that he was ready for this part of the fight. So,
right.
Knight a7 to stop this.
Come on. It's c4 now.
London Kid came to fight as well.
Right. David, there's also some kind of ideas. Maybe it's not working right now, but in the world where there's no pawn on e5, white also can play bishop c1 to hit the rook on g5, and then to threat bishop f4 to win a queen. But now e5 pawn ruins all these plans, but the pawn will not be there for a long time because it's hanging now.
Right. So, I mean, it's very tempting for black to play a move like e4 or e takes d4 once you get the pawn to e5, but you have to be careful about the bishop c1 switch back. And so far, London Kid is. I mean, it's interesting that they're keeping the pawn on e5, grabbing this pawn. The plan for black is basically h5, h4. It's a little bit slow, but at least you're up a pawn and you've got a plan. So it puts, I think, pressure on Chris to come up with something.
If we're there, we have it. So this move was in order to guard d5 pawn was hanging, and black couldn't find any better way. Knight g4 now can be the move for white, or white can also play bishop c1 now and prepare just to get ready for this idea of knight going back on f1 or c2 and bishop f4. But I'm starting to worry about the time here for white. White is truly spending a lot of time.
Yeah, this is the first game we've watched today with the higher rated player spending more of their time trying to find, the high difficulty level moves over the board and, gain a big advantage there. Right,
David, we have a comment. We have a question in our Twitch. Why not bishop takes d5? I think he meant instead of knight e3. Yeah, in my opinion, white wants to keep this bishop on g2 just in case to guard the king if black has any kind of counterplay, and also white wants to get this d5 pawn with a knight to get the knight on d5. What are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, actually, now I'm thinking about it. I was thinking we would trade here and then play e takes d4 to chase the queen off and try and put our queen on b7 or c6. But our rook is undefended on h5. So I think after bishop takes d5, the right move would be pawn takes d4, fighting the bishop like this. And if white trades that piece, then we get to show,
look at this,
why white doesn't want to take on d5. Yeah.
No. We don't like to give up this kind of bishops, and the white's king now it's safe because of this bishop. So we do have some more moves here.
Oh yeah, they're in quite the battle. Chris has played c4 versus trying to win back the pawn on g4 or something like that. And black is holding these squares for the moment, right? Blocking the b file with the knight, doing what they can. Now Chris has the only light squared bishop, so if he can get rid of this pawn, things will get quite difficult for black. He doesn't have knight d5 because the rook's covering that square, so he just recaptures the pawn now with ideas of trading and playing d5. It's a tactical idea, but he may also really be thinking of rook e1. Any move to pick off that e pawn is going to be suddenly crushing for white. We'll probably see that this game.
Right. And also, David, to add all those ideas, what you mentioned, there's also Queen C4 move, and I'm kind of struggling to find a move how to avoid Queen C7 check, because there's no Rook C8. And if you move your knight away, where the knight goes, then Bishop on F6 will hang and D5 will come on the way. So yeah, knight D5 has been played there, and knight to E5 now blocks the E file. So white would like to take the pawn on E4 and pin the knight on D5. And in fact, knight on D5 now is also hanging.
Yeah. Yeah. And Roto is saying that it's now being revealed that Chris Yu, the player playing white, understands this position very well. He invested a lot of time. He played some not obvious moves. But yeah, I do think that understanding has come through now. Here he's picking up the exchange before taking the pawn. I'm a little surprised. I thought he would want this pawn even more than the exchange, and that we would just see sort of a killer attack once he got it.
The knight was more powerful piece than the rook on h8.
It certainly was not showing. It wasn't looking weak, right? I mean, it was in the middle.
Yeah. Anyways, it's an extra exchange, and now he's going for rook e1, and how to guard the pawn on e4. If you play knight f6, there can be at least d5 there to trade the dark square, bishop for the knight. But yeah, this seems to be perfect position for white.
Yeah, now the game is over, in my opinion, with this unopposed bishop and this king completely open. Your move, queen c4, was looking stronger and stronger. I was also thinking rook e1 to play rook e8 looked good, but Chris plays rook e7, and now he's giving checkmate in one move, I think.
Yeah, there's a rook e8 checkmate. And David, this was very beautiful game so far, what we have seen. We have seen some blunders, but this one was quite balanced game and quite complicated for both sides, and white managed to deal with it perfectly well.
Yeah, in that game, we got to see some very, very strong play. We got to see what happens when a GM doesn't just play some quick moves and put pressure on the opponent, but really tries to just outplay them. And Chris did. I mean, his ability in those positions is incredible. But turning to another board here, we've got another the top American junior. Now, he didn't even play in the U.S. Junior Championship. We went from the U.S. Junior Champion to the highest rated U.S. Junior. We've got Hans Niemann here, and he's in some trouble in this queen ending. This G pawn is very close to that touchdown.
Right, and those two pawns are unstoppable. There will be no check for the king as well, and any queen trade will be just best for black. So this seems to be pretty much game over for white.
Yeah. Now, black is under 30 seconds with no increment, so they're gonna have to find a few precise moves fairly quickly. Queen d2 is a good start, and then you can't check on the back rank because of this queen. Black's losing quite a bit of time. 15 seconds left. Allows a check and another check. No, that's not going to be it.
Look at this. Engine bar was on holidays and like, okay, I have to work now. I'm coming back. But queen c3 was such a weird check, right?
Yeah, but I think black's going to flag. There's no way you can get out of check in less than 10 seconds. Oh my goodness. Found the queen d6 check. That was great. And queen d8, black's got it.
No way.
Oh my goodness. That was such a find. I had just decided black wouldn't make it in time.
What he's doing? He has to checkmate. Okay. He's going to bring the king. All right. I think for a moment he was confused to checkmate with the queen and the king or to promote another pawn.
Right. Yeah.
Just confused which way to choose.
But black knew the pre-moves. I mean, in the end, 3 seconds to spare in a position where white's got no pieces. That was going to be pretty easy in the end. But black had to find that queen d6 and then queen a1. That was quite a sequence when black was getting really low on time. But here it was, the critical moment in this game, folks. You know, if Hans plays something other than queen c6, if Hans plays queen c8 or something like that, I don't see black resolving this king position and then queening and trading white's pieces off in 10 seconds without increment. But queen c6 walks into queen d6. Then Han says, well, at least I get a new queen and we play another queen endgame and I give perpetual again. No, no, queen a1 and it's all over.
Right. You guys in the chat, raise your hand if you think that Hans right now is screaming in his hotel room in India, if he's in India or whatever he is. We know he's the chess player who shows a lot of emotions on the camera, and he actually has a lot of emotions. And how many of you think that now that's what's happening in his room? All right.
I think that's going to be everybody. Katie, I think we can assume.
Raising both hands. Ooh, what's happening in here?
Well, we've got white converting the extra bishop and white's got the extra time. So it looks like it's going to be clean and black walks into a checkmate for our entertainment. That's a perfect final position for the game. Thank you, Cronus. And yeah, we're close to the end of this round. Let me see if I can find one or two other end games still going. Maybe something will be, maybe we'll find an interesting one. Mr. Matty is up a queen. And 5 seconds. I guess that was even more important. Leaving us one final game. Extra rook, but not enough time. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see who some of the top players are so far in the standings after 2 rounds here. We've got Gusenov, Benjamin Bach, Darius Schwirtz, Vladislav Kovalyov. Yeah, from Argentina, we've got Platty.
Wow, yeah, we have big names on the top right now. And David, let's take a look at the list of the players who are already confirmed for the knockout. And here we have big names on the screen.
Big names. World Championship contestant Ding Li Ren from China. Fabiana Caruana, a previous challenger for the World Championships. And a candidate, Timur Rajabov, a candidate for the World Championships, Grishuk and Aronian, top 5 players in the world for many years. Wow. Just wow.
It is just wow. And Chesscom can also nominate more players, in total 32 players. Yes. And these names will be bigger and bigger. I cannot say because those guys are already top guys and highest rated players, but we're gonna see more names coming up soon, I guess.
Yeah, I can only think of 1 or 2 names at this point that could be bigger than Ding Li Ren, but definitely, I think nobody's going to complain or argue about those 5 spots. You know, when you do invitations to an event like this, inevitably somewhere around spot 27 or spot 30, someone's going to tell you, why did you invite, Alexienko instead of Alexiev, and they're going to be really upset about it. But I don't think anyone's going to say Ding Li Ren, why would you put him in there? Levon Aronian, why is he playing in this? No. These were 5 players who everybody's going to want to see in this event.
True. All right. So this is round 3, David. After round 4, the player's going to have just a small break as well as, and the player's going to have one more time a break, and we're going to have 9 rounds today. So we are having now. Do you think the player's going to get in a shape for the last round, or they will feel more tired and it will affect on their game? What do you think?
I think some of the players will be tired as we get towards the final rounds, and there will probably be some who don't. Some players with more stamina who just sort of get into the mood and the swing, and other players who start to get tired. So we'll see, maybe some different players doing better towards the end.
Right.
We're back on Ralph Mamedov. What's
about
that?
Your optimism to win 200K. Those are the players who can beat David's optimism.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
That's true.
So we're back to Ralph Mamedov, and we see him playing, some similar repertoires to the other Azeri player, Gadir Gusenov, right? He's playing King's Indian and Dragon Sicilians. These often go together in repertoires, not just, I mean, at any level, right? A 1500, a 2000, a super GM. If you're playing openings with the G7 bishop against E4, it can make sense to play them against D4. There will be some related themes all the time. And yeah, here he's a bit cramped, but he's always going to be looking for that aggressive counterplay, maybe on the dark squares here on the queen side and in the center.
Right. I was thinking about the light square bishop, where this bishop from C8 will go and how this bishop going to go. And Ralph just answered to my question, and he played knight to f8 to open up the road for the bishop. Maybe this bishop can go on e6 or on d7 to support b5. And this seems to me that black might hit with a b5 on the queen side to open up more files on this part of the board.
Right, because otherwise you would often see black put the a pawn on a5 to keep the knight on c5, right, and sort of blockade white's queenside structure. So the pawn on a6 says maybe black's going to play b5. The rook on b8 says the same thing. I have very limited experience with the King's Indian defense, but when I play an e takes d4 variation of it, I normally can't find anywhere for the c8 bishop that you were wondering about. I normally play bishop d7, bring this rook over to d8 just so it's defending d6 extra, and then tuck the bishop back on c8 because I don't know what else to do with it.
Yeah, that's a very good idea. In that case, you can also push d5 and open up the center, or you can keep this rook on b8 and push b5. So white is now the one who is starting to play more aggressive moves and attacking the knight on c5. This knight has to go, and Ralph here chooses to go on d7, and Engine kind of hates that move and gives white a really big advantage. How about a5 move?
This b5 move is just not really possible for black anymore because of c takes b5 with the hidden attack between the queens. You thought white could just play a5, right, and lock down all those squares.
Right.
Good positional move.
You can never move your knight. And if you cannot move your knight, how you're going to develop your light square bishop? And the moment you bring this knight somewhere else, bishop b6 will just go right away. And also there's some ideas, David. After a5, white can play knight c3, knight a4, and knight b6. Those are one of my favorite ideas to occupy b6 square.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, in this position, what I would do as white, and I'm finally understanding why Reader played knight b3. What I would do as white is just play queen d3 and take the pawn on d6. Like, why maneuver forever? If this rook can't get to d8, you just take the pawn. And I think that's what white had in mind. And so knight f6 was to play rook to d8. Now, Reader's playing a5 quickly. I wonder if you can't play, queen d3, rook d8, e5, and just cruise through black. If I had time on the clock, that's what I would look at. There's not a lot of time on the clock. So white now very happily just played a5, locking in this b6 square, like you said. This knight basically can't be on d7 anymore because white can just play queen d2 anytime. So black has to give up the b6 square completely.
That's right. Bishop e6 now stops knight c3 coming on a4 and b6. But I think this knight might be bishop might be under some f5 or f5. Like, how about g4 and f5 idea?
Yeah, g4 is a big move. White goes directly for your f5 idea.
Okay, yeah.
Directly for it.
Yeah.
This gives up the e5 square, but the black knight isn't ready to hop there. So white's undertaking some very, very direct actions here. probably based on, queen d3 at some point. This pawn is in real danger. You've got bishop b6 if black tries to defend it with a rook. It's...
Oh, yes. That's bad. That's very bad.
That pawn's in
and you can
such
play
danger.
here bishop b6 just to include this move to you can also include bishop a7 first to kick this rook on a8, very bad score, and then bishop b6 to kick the queen somewhere else, and then just make a move of your choice.
I can tell you feel very powerful when you're attacking your opponent's pieces. I could tell you're really excited to just push them. They don't get to choose where their pieces go. You choose where their pieces go.
I like this. I have played a lot of games with this long diagonal, and I found it very useful to play bishop a7 first to make sure that this rook is not on b8, and I don't worry about the rook anymore in b5 moves.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's looking good. Reader's investing some time here. And now follows up with g4 defending the f pawn. And look how fast Mamedov responds. I mean, he's like, yes, let me get something. Let me get a knight on e5. Let me get a knight on h5. And white, has been happy to grab all this space safely. But I think actually the black pieces found okay squares. I wonder if white couldn't have just played queen d3 and bishop b6, like right here. Yeah. I guess maybe the pawn David, would be hanging.
When you have two good position, like you have a lot of candidate moves, you're kind of struggling to find the best one. You need time for that, right? And here now we have 10 minutes, no increment. So white, I think, choose the one which looked more safe to him. But it also seems very hopeful for black now, because this square for knight means a lot for black. Rook can also get on e5 at some point and start to attack on g5. Yes, I'm not a big fan of these moves that white just played in last few moves.
Yeah, and the knights are so far away from the king side. It's a little bit of a cause for concern here, as white almost traps black's queen. It's funny, that's the move that black thought about. They played like 3 moves instantly, and then the queen had one possible square, and finally black thought for a moment.
Queen is trapped.
Oh, she got completely trapped. What? Was there no way out of this? Bishop b6. Queen d7 was the only square. So the reason that black hesitated there was suddenly they realized why white had played bishop b6. There was no choice but queen d7, but black was realizing, oh my goodness, we're about to sack our queen here.
Well, although black is starting to finally move the pieces.
Oh yeah, black's still going to be hopeful here.
Yeah, this might be a hope here. Bishop e6 and rook d8, double the rooks on d file, knight a4, bishop d6 check. That also looks nice. Yeah,
white's offering a repetition even. This knight desperately needs to be improved. Desperately.
Right. I would play c5 here to...
Yeah, me too.
I know I lose the pawn there, like bishop c5 check and then bishop a2, but this knight is so
a dream.
Useless. You can take it.
Yeah, I dream of losing pawns like that. That would be fantastic. Black's squared bishop was the scariest thing on the board. And now, your queen can even dream of heading towards b7, tying the black pieces up. You got e5. Bishop sacks. Yeah, this would be really, really nice for white. But instead, white's played e5. And black plays bishop f5. Queen's got to defend the pawn. Check here. And the rook develops. So now we're looking at rook d3 next.
Oh, is there bishop d4 coming up next? And rook d3.
To win this.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah, there's bishop d4 as well. My first thoughts were bishop d4 and rook d4, moves like that. But then I realized rook d3 looks really strong too. What you really want is to get your rook to the second rank so you can start threatening knight f4 and stuff like that. This position's become very difficult.
Have you ever have you ever blundered a queen and it worked out later, and then you said like, I actually sacrificed it? I think that's what happened to Black. He just blundered the queen, and it turned out that he had very active pieces then.
Yeah. And you know, I've played so many games and blundered so many queens that it must have happened at some point. But in the games that really come to my mind, the classical games, no.
Right. Okay, so what's going on here? Bishop e5, can that be played here?
Yeah, so can rook e5. Yeah. So can rook e5, and by my calculation, white couldn't even trade it, because then bishop e5 check and rook to d1 would be winning for Black. But I think Black's, you know, practically speaking, winning. Just, I mean, it's so hard to deal with this bishop, and the knight on c1 is just, you know, hasn't found its way into the game yet. So,
right. And this queen is so useless now. It can't even create any checkmate threat. There will be no checkmate on g7 as the knight is there and guarding this square, and also very hard to jump over the pawns there.
Right.
And get on h6 square, and also the dark back rank is now safe, and there's
he's looking for queen e7, rook d1, king f2, rook c1, queen e7. So white makes the exact trade which I said should be losing, but the variation is more complicated.
Right. If you play c5 here, this avoids queen e7, and of course you can take queen c5 because you're gonna lose a queen after bishop d4. But maybe Black is hesitating that because after c5 you weaken b7 pawn, and white might be happy to take that pawn, bring the bishop back, and then push the b pawn towards the b8 square.
Yeah, I think Black can get away with rook d1, c1, but it's complicated. It's based on bishop g3 check on the king, and then rook e1 to cover the queen e7 move. And we see Mamedov spending some significant time on that calculation. Bishop d6.
Okay.
Okay, so cutting the queen off from e7 here. Now, if she goes to c3 or something, the plan must be bishop c5. But what does that achieve? There's king e2.
All right, knight goes into the game too. Knight f4 now controls e2 square, and bishop c5 will be even stronger.
Yeah, threatens rook c1. So like against the move c5, I think Black can play rook takes knight, which will hit the queen. Minute and a half for white. It's a dire situation. Your king fighting all these pieces, and you've got a minute on the clock.
Wow, white must be already terrified just to think back how big the advantage was. And he chose to take the queen. He chose to trap the queen, and it was the bad idea. Like, he could also play c5, Davey, there, and to get the d6 pawn that you were screaming out to get that pawn right there. Like c5 here, just get this pawn. It's extra pawn, and Black cannot even move the pieces.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Or improve the knight on a2 before you go for something decisive when you're the person with all that extra space. But here we are. White's thinking very, very low on time here.
Right.
They're just going to flag basically now, huh?
30 seconds. 30 seconds. White can't find a move. And knight b3. There is a lot of choices here for Black.
Covering rook d2 and covering bishop c5 and getting the knight off of danger. That's a good move. If white had played it in 2 seconds, you would have said good practical chance. But now,
oh, who's that? It's not a blunder.
D2.
It's not a blunder, but it's actually a fancy move. Knight d3 now trades the knight for a bishop.
Rook g2.
Oh, come on.
Fancy. Oh.
Claps for that move. It's amazing move. Wow.
And yeah, Mamedov wins that game. That was that shows the dangers of playing against, you know, the King's Indian kind of openings. It's like, even if you've got a great position in a rapid game, when they unwind, there's a lot of tactical energy.
David, I nominate Rook G2 as the best move of a day. So let's hope that we see more moves, but this was amazing, really.
Yeah, our best tactics so far coming from Ralph Mamedov. Here we bounce straight from him to Gadir again. And here we've got an endgame with 2 extra pawns for a Bund. So very tough situation for one of the other rating favorites here, Gadir Gusenov. I commentated a previous global championship play-in, and in that one, Gadir Gusenov finished in 2nd place on tie breaks, just barely not 1st place. In fact, the tiebreak was tied, and they had to do like a 2nd tiebreak by hand to find out that he was in 2nd place. Then he played the playoff with the 3rd place player, and he lost it. So he has been as close as you can possibly be to qualifying. And here he is a week later, still fighting for a spot in that $1 million tournament. And there are probably some players who are going to play a lot of events trying to get there.
Yeah, I'm sure with that too. Maybe all these players, the team of Azerbaijan now, they are in the airport lounge and playing this tournament, waiting for their flights to Chennai and hoping to get a seat to the next phase.
Oh no! Did Gadir?
It was not a sacrifice. That was not a sacrifice. It was a blunder.
Felt like he might have forgotten that square, right? But he's got bishop b7, but that bishop can always leave. Bishop d5, tricky, very tricky. There was only one winning move for black there even, right? I mean, you had to find bishop d7 quickly. And everything needs to be found quickly at this phase in the game. They've got 20-some seconds each. Black finds rook e8. That's a killer of a move. Tries a trick with c8. No, that's it. That's it. You're not going to trick a Bund this round. And he is not going to make it to 3 out of 3 with his countrymen. So with 3 out of 3, we've got Benjamin Bach, Darius Schwirtz, Ray Robson. Oh, Bilodeau is playing. Bilodeau A, that's Alexeyev, I think.
All right.
Sorry, Alexienko, Kirill Alexienko. Let me see if there's any other.
Already one joke about that today.
Yeah. I did make a joke about him, and he's playing today. Okay, the last person playing is the last gladiator. No, the game ends as I click on it. So here we go. Round 3 is done. We are going to have round 4 in a moment. Here are the prizes on the line in these play-in phases. Each of these events, 2 today, 2 Friday, 2 next Monday, 2 next Friday, has about $4,000 in the event, $60,000 total over the course of 16 qualifiers, qualifying 32 players to the knockout phase, where the prize fund is much more. Biggest prize fund we've commented here, $1 million. $1
million prize fund, where the winner takes $200,000, and also the rest of the prizes are not so small, and they actually look like the total prize fund of many other events, and that's also right. All the players guarantees $5,000 if they go to the knockouts of this tournament. So this is round 4. We have here the first moves, and David, this is the last game before the break. The players gonna have some break. They probably need it because the competition is tough, and we have a lot on the table that they are competing. So what about this opening?
We see another strong player here making their appearance in the tournament. Infernal Sam or Max backwards. I think this is Pavel Pankratov. We haven't seen yet, but I've seen him in a few other chess.com events. So I think that's who it is. Very strong player up against Rauf Mamedov. You can see how many strong players are playing in this tournament, you know, with that prize fund. So many powerful grandmasters. I think that the Black's opening is fine. Do you know anything about the position?
Not much, to be honest. Not really. How about you? Have you ever played, or have you ever seen?
I've played the Joko piano a bit, but not tons. Feels like Black's pretty comfortable, but slightly loose because this bishop on G7 is got a lot of responsibility here with these two pawns, and Black can't castle yet. So what's Black going to do about the king? White's maybe gesturing some possible pressure on the E file. What's that?
Fireworks. I don't know.
Fireworks.
In my yard. Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, nice. You can see them from where you are.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry for this.
That's okay.
It was not planned. It's not off for our show. Chesscom did not send fireworks in my yard. Sorry for that, guys.
Yeah, if they did, they missed like the key moment where, you know, the number 2 player beats the number 3 player in the final tiebreak playoff.
Wow.
Okay, so queen to D.
Sorry for that.
Queen to D6. So Mamedov needs a strong move here, and we see him stopping and thinking for the first time. And I don't think we're going to see any more of these games where, you know, a super GM is spending 1 minute trying to blitz their opponent off the clock while they use 8 minutes. It's now, you know, just wall to wall, 2,600 plus FIDE level players on these top boards here. And so you need to hold your moves to a very high standard here.
That's right. I think after this round, we might also see a bit of upsets with higher rated players losing the games. But so far, this goes a little bit slow here, right? Black is still ready. Is preparing the castle. The last move, queen to D6, delayed the castle. I think he might think of long castle, or in case of short castle, he might be afraid of some kind of bishop C5 and knight E5, as the pawn on E5 was, I think, hanging. And this might be the reason why Black played queen to D6 to make sure that there will be no pawn hanging. And I'm starting to think, how about the rook to D1 now, and then to play something like D4 in the center, because Black cannot castle on the short side. But I wanted to say B4 actually.
Yeah, and then I wanted to also.
I changed mine and I said D4 because it's like central pawn, you know, who will judge me to say D4 here? It's like opens the file.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting situation. We go back and look more into what Mamedov's thought process was. He sees that Pankratov probably can almost never castle kingside because of bishop takes H6. Right? At the moment, if Pankratov castles queenside, White can probably get away with bishop takes A7 because B6, bishop A6 check. So he's thinking, how do I improve the position from here? The obvious move is D4, but the obvious response is E4, right? So you can't blow open the E file in an easy way here, the way you want. I mean, he could consider it, right? And then knight E5 and see where it goes, right? But he's not sure about D4, E4. He's got some pressure on E5, so it feels, you know, unsure about D4. So he plays B4, and the idea here is now against castles, there's also bishop C5, but also if Black tries to arrange queenside castling, you've already got this sort of pawn storm coming on that other side of the board.
Yeah, that's actually true. And B6 also weakens some of the light squares on the on the queen side. And finally, we have already d4 on the board, and black's king is not safe now on e8, and black has no time to castle. Where the king is going to castle? If you cancel short side, we know that the h6 pawn will be hanged, and white will be just happy to take this pawn, trade the bishops, and bring the knight on g5 and create some checkmate threats there. If you castle on the long side, good luck with that, because pawn is coming on d5, c5. I don't know, even queen can get on c2, a4, and on a7, a6. It's a lot of ideas there for white. So black is really
White's
struggling.
Completely ready for it. I hate this move from Pankratov. I was going to say what you might need to be ready to do here as black. Queen side, I think you're just getting checkmated. So you need to, at this point, be focusing on options where maybe you drop the h6 pawn, but you get your king castled, and maybe c4 or d4 is hanging for white after you do it, right? I think pawn takes d4 was the correct move, but let me just illustrate the idea. If you castle and white takes, you know, there might be some scenario where at the end you could take on d4 or c4 with your piece.
You can also keep the king in the center and wait how white reacts. If white takes on e5, maybe you will be even happy to trade the queens and take the c4 pawn.
So here, I think this would have been the right approach. Pawn takes d4, knight takes d4, and then you castle. And if white takes on h6, the knight on d4 is hanging. If white takes on e6, you can trade on d2. And then the rook on a1 is hanging, so you're not immediately going to allow rook takes e6 from white. So you can either trade an exchange on a1 or just play f takes e6, right? You know, rook d1, and you're hunkering down in this endgame. You're a bit worse, but this is an escape. If we switch back to the position in the game, I predict it's going to look terrible for black.
Let's go.
Let's see.
It's not good.
Not as bad as I thought.
It's queen g7 now creates a checkmate threat. Bishop d7 seems to be the only move there, and you can find some nice moves, d6 or c5, even right here. So
yeah, I mean, white's up a pawn, and black's got the isolated pawn, and the king position's a bit weak. So it's definitely still good for white. I thought it was going to be even worse, though. I'm going to completely admit, you know, when I'm wrong. I thought it would be even worse. Here comes another pawn. So if the queen recaptures on e3 after a rook trade, black gets queen c4. And if the pawn recaptures, black plays bishop e4. So like, I think this is kind of the big idea from black, that this bishop is active, but maybe white just plays bishop f2 and comes out ahead anyway.
Why? I thought white would get more out of that position what we had, just like you mentioned. Yeah, can we take on e3 with a queen instead of f takes e3?
Sure, you can, but then my idea from black was queen c4, isolating this pawn. So now you need like a good continuation with queen e8 or queen e7 or something that I haven't appreciated. Maybe pawn to d6.
Yeah, something like check queen e8, king b7, and then d6, but f7 square is controlled by the queen, so maybe there would be not enough.
Right, you'd want to hit the bishop and set up d6, but then you can't move the pawn. Otherwise, that would be great.
Right. Actually, something very similar. The same happened in the game as you mentioned, and there might be a checkmate happening very soon. b5 now.
b5, you're right. Nice call. And we've got queen b4, queen a4 mate if the king takes it, right? If the king takes it, we've got checkmate. So, and that's just happened.
No.
That's just happened. Black resigned in view of checkmate in one move. If the queen had taken the pawn, then It's not a beautiful checkmate, but pretty simple. Just queen takes e4. So I said maybe white could have had an even better position than this, but it was still kind of unquestionably good for white throughout this phase. And I think the response to d4, I think this e4 move, I think this really, really was a turning point for Pankratov. And then let's see, the answer from
bishop
Mamadov was
f4 is
bishop
a very
f4.
strong move because it also attacks the pawn on e4, and next you can take this pawn.
Right, so you could already win the pawn with rook e4, but goes for knight e5, going after the dark squares, d5, kicking the bishop. And here we can see black's really, they held on just a little bit too long. Normally, I think one of the most amazing abilities of strong grandmasters is to sense when it's time to make some kind of concession, when it's time to say, my position's a little bit bad. How do I escape, with a pawn down in an endgame or a weak pawn, but, my king gets castled. And this time Pankratov did not have it.
Yeah, no, and it was beautiful. And by white found this c5, c6, and after c6 there was a checkmate in few moves, and there was spotted it out. Let's move to the next game, and here we have really complicated game. Oh, not really, actually. A lot of pieces are hanging. Queen and bishop and also rook on a4. So this pretty much looks like game over.
We came in one move too late. I mean, Bach must have clearly been on the attack. If you look on the board, he's got one less piece than white, probably also a King's Indian defense. So I'll just back up a few moves to see if what he did was nice. So he started with bishop takes a4, deflection tactic on a protected a pawn.
All right.
Trades, takes over the file, comes in, check here, check here. And now the queen is finally going to be deflected from the entire rook, right? The only move would be something like queen c1 to save the queen and avoid checkmates. And then after knight a4, white has nothing left to play for. Crushing. So that was a nice move there. That was a nice bishop a4.
Yeah, bishop a4, and also it seemed that this kingside attack went really good for black here. Already at this point, black has very nice position.
Yeah. Okay, so there's been some talk in chat about Pranav, and here we've got Pranav playing against a candidate from the previous candidate cycle, right? Alexienko, Kirill Alexienko here with black, and Pranav, perhaps a candidate to be the next non-GM to qualify for the knockout stage. There's only been one so far, Ketty. International master Denis Lazovic. And I think Pranav was in the final playoff match this morning for second to third place, right, and lost it. But that's really close.
Second time now.
Going for the second time. And we can say of Lazovic that the same thing happened to Denis. He had to lose one playoff match before coming through and qualifying in a later tournament. So Alexienko is going for some counterplay, though. This is not easy or obvious.
How long is his day today? He's like playing almost 9 hours.
Yeah. It's a lot. Wow. It's a lot because that playoff match adds an extra, 45, 55 minutes to the play time. Can white simplify with rook g7 here and achieve safety?
Rook g.
White is up an entire rook. It's another King's Indian defense, I think.
Rook g1, yes.
Well, rook g1, queen h2, and then f2, right? Black looks to expand. We can put some variations on the board, maybe. Like, black is just trying to get rid of this f pawn, right? And get it out of the way. So
Yeah, and when you take the pawn knight on h4 with a check, then f2 pawn takes the rook on a g1 with a check. So
right, and that is double check and mate, in fact.
Nice.
So that's kind of scary. Pranav is using plenty of time here on a critical moment. The move I'm considering is rook g7 check, king g7, and then queen g5. And now you're threatening to maybe collect the knight on h4 even with your queen. You also have this idea of knight f5. So if the knight blocks on g6, then you may have knight f5 coming in as well. We just have to check. Queen g2 to e2 is checkmate still. So white still needs a good defensive move, right? Even just the one queen is an attack here. Pranav has used at least 2 minutes on this move, I think. Now getting down to equal time.
I'm struggling to find the move here. Is there?
For what white should do?
Yeah, what white should do here?
I think it should be rook g7, queen g5. I'm certain, instinctively I'm certain. I'm not saying I calculated it all, but you've got to diffuse some of the attacking pieces. There he goes. He plays it, but now he's got 1.5 minutes and no increment. Plays queen g5 quickly, knight g6, and now king e3. Yes, Pranav has looked ahead very, very well. I was going to suggest this idea. So this move doesn't come with check.
How about queen g2 now?
And now on queen g2, you can maybe play rook b2.
But there's queen g1 then, and rook f2.
Right. Rook
queen
f2.
e1.
Queen e1. Yeah. Okay, queen g2 has been played. The king keeps running. Queen a2 trying to cut it off. Queen back to c1 defending.
How about f2 here?
Oh, there's no rook c8, but the f pawn is a lot of counterplay, and it's going to come in quickly. They've got 1 minute and a few seconds each, getting down to bullet mode.
If you play f2, maybe knight f5 check. And
cutting off the strength of that pawn. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, white is knight f5 away from winning the game, right? Nice series of defensive moves by Pranav. Rook a8 is played, looking for other angles at the white king. Bishop a3 is defended for the moment.
About knight
f5 is tempting, but you have to watch out for rook c8, right?
Oh yeah, that's
true. I think this bishop could maybe go to c5, but what is he played? Queen b2, looking for safety there. Queen e3.
Where the king goes? This king started to move
his journey.
e3, d3, c3, b4 now, and this seems not to be the end.
Yeah.
Also, black played a very nice move.
Getting the king out of checks off of dark squares, clever.
Yeah.
Knight comes into c4. Black collects the e pawn. Now that's 2 connected passed pawns. That I wouldn't say that doesn't matter. I think that grabbing that pawn is nice for black. Pranav defends the d pawn.
Knight on c4 now is hanging. Maybe queen c3, queen b3 has been played. Just in any case, after d6, there will be some diagonal as well under white's control. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the 20 seconds now pushes the d pawn. Queen b1. Black can trade it and take off your d pawn. That's not particularly easy, is it?
Well, it's an extra piece, and you have a b pawn as well. So
yeah, but white has 15 seconds on the clock. I mean, you really
there was a blunder. There was a horrible blunder after rook d6.
Okay, black could have just queened probably. I think is what was going on there. But white's basically very close to flagging here with 9 seconds on the clock. That's why I didn't like giving black the option to trade your queen and take your d pawn. It's like you don't have much left to win the game with. So looking desperately for tactics. The second time white plays rook d6, black does queen. And now white is just going to flag. And our non-GM falls to the 2700 player and runs out of time. I think that Pranav has a lot of fans in chat who are going to be disappointed that he couldn't convert that position with the extra piece. He had everything he needed to win the game, but it was just a mess. It was just a mess.
It was a mess. And this is the moment when you need even like 1 second of increment, because you're going to have something when you make a move. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, we mentioned about him that he's playing 2 tournaments today, so he might be a little bit tired already. David, this was the last game so far, and now players are taking the first break. We're going to have another break too after round 6. So we are also going to take a short break, and you guys, please don't go anywhere, because we will be back and the show will be back with us as well. Hello, everyone. This is 2022 Chesscom Global Championship. I'm Katie. This is David. And we are having already 4 rounds down and more to go. But before that, we're taking now a look at the format, David. What is happening at this tournament?
We are about halfway into our main course for today, which is a 9-round Swiss of 10+0. So we've seen 4 rounds. We're going into the 5th round now, so just about halfway into it. And we're going to have 2 players from today qualify to the knockout phase. One will be whoever finishes first. The other will be the winner of our dessert for today. Our dessert will be a 2-player playoff match between the 2nd and 3rd place finishers in this Swiss.
That's right. Those 2 participants will be the happiest participants after the end of the tournament. And here we have the first moves already in the round 5. And who are those players? I can't really see them, David.
Oh, you mean which players are tied for first place right now?
Oh, which game we're looking at?
Which game I'm looking at? Baku Boulevard is Rauf Mamedov of Azerbaijan, sporting a Ukrainian flag out of, solidarity and politics, but still an Azerbaijani player, as far as I know.
Also, his wife is a women grandmaster from Ukraine, so maybe that's kind of
a lot.
Nice gesture to his wife.
Yeah. And Santo Blue is Grandmaster Sanal from Turkey, I believe. Yeah. So, folks, one incredible thing to keep in mind as you're watching this tournament is there are 2 spots on the line in this Swiss, right? Like, you need to finish in the top 3 to make it into that playoff. So you want first place. And if you don't get first place, you want 2nd or 3rd place. Everything else basically doesn't matter. There's hundreds of dollars of prize money, but you just need to get into those top 3 spots. Right now, after 4 rounds, we've got 6 very strong grandmasters with 4 out of 4. So even a 4 out of 4 start is not enough for your goal in this kind of an event, right? I saw a player go 6 out of 6 and still not qualify in a 9-round Swiss.
Oh no, he lost all the games.
They scored 1.5 out of 3 in the last 3 rounds and ended up in the playoff match and didn't win the playoff match, right? So there's almost no point at which you can just rest on the points you've got. I mean, in a lot of tournaments, you'd say, oh, I started out with 4 wins, I get a couple draws, I play solid, it's a great result. But you need to, even here, they need to get ahead. They need to pull ahead of all the other players here. It's so, you're just playing for the win, like you need a Hikaru mindset here.
Right, David. I had such an experience when I had 6 out of 6. There was my first tournament in USA, and I started really well. It was a very nice tournament for me. It was a close tournament. I was invited player, a 6 out of 6. And can you believe that I ended up without any prize there?
No, I can't. Normally in a classical tournament, if you start 6 out of 6, you're guaranteed like a prize, a good result, a norm, like everything, like it's going to work out somehow. No prize.
Oh, I think I got some prize, but I meant the medal, like not top 3 for me, because I collapsed because of this American style of the chess, like 2 rounds in a day.
2 rounds a day. Yeah. Yeah, nobody's got the stamina of the American players, huh?
And the Americans won, actually. Those girls were really tough.
Yeah. Yeah, they were sports women or sports girls, right? They had the stamina, the endurance. So Sanop surviving this opening against Mamedov. And
yeah, this is the opening I like the least because there are not many options. There's like this knight maneuvering here for both sides. Black controls d5 square with the c6 pawn. That's very nice. But now black is the one who starts to get somewhere this knight on f4 or d4. But more than that, there are not other ideas here, unfortunately. There can be some moves like for white a6 to weaken the queen side, the pawn structure. Although black can simply respond with b6, so not big differences there, or b5 even, and then c5. There's also f5, but I am always afraid to push this pawn too much because there'll be some kind of problems on the on this diagonal a2 and g8 diagonal.
So white just plops the queen on d6, takes it to the technical phase, and black's got a little problem, or a couple little problems actually. When we talk grandmaster chess, even the smallest of problems can be something significant. So number one is this a7 pawn. We've got a rook that's busy defending it. That may be a drag. Number two, bishop on c8. It can't move at the moment, so that's kind of interfering with coordination. So you put those two little things together, and I would imagine that white is a little bit better.
Yeah, white has more space advantage. So when you have more space advantage, your pieces are happy and happier than the opponent's pieces. With knight f4 now, the idea is to play bishop e6 and finally to develop this bishop and also try to trade the bishop. And black, in fact, is not afraid of bishop f4 trade. The pawns will be doubled on f4, but then the g7 bishop, which is locked right now, will be open, will be dangerous. And also the fact that a7 pawn now is under attack and rook has to guard this pawn will be no longer an issue. So that's why white did not even consider to take this knight and played knight to f4. And this knight is going to c5, and more pieces will start to attack the black's pawns on the queen side.
If bishop e6, we'll see white retreat the bishop. That's why black doesn't just immediately play bishop e6. It's the point of their previous move, but black correctly recognizes if you play bishop e6, white just drops back, and now we're trying to deal with knight c5. That hasn't made us any happier, so no, black just goes for h6 first. That stops knight to g5. And we see the bishop drop back to f1. It's interesting, like if white plays knight c5 on their own, black can play knight e6 with either knight, offering a trade of knights, which white doesn't want. So each player is kind of dancing around, are we trading bishops? Are we trading knights?
Right. There will not be the crazy sacrifices for now, like knight c4, knight to b6. That's too much to sacrifice because there is no follow-up there. Rook c1 now. C3 is the move. Maybe white wants to play to kick this knight back, and then to play b4. There's also the structure that white very often has in this kind of openings.
Yeah. When we had this position, I was thinking, I highlighted the two white pawns because I was thinking one way to improve the position is to expand them and gain some space, play c3, play b4. But instead, white spots the idea of maneuvering the knight on f3 to d6, which could put some pressure on black, or maybe collect the bishop pair. Maybe bishop f8 trades the knight, or maybe the knight takes on c8, right? So it's a truly threatening plan from Mamedov. And black has this knight d4 resource. If you play c3, the knight still goes to c2, and you're still, in trouble for white. So he has to play rook a c1 to control it. And black is now looking like really he's sensed that he needs to go for it now.
Right. Yeah. And this kind of setups are always with a lot of knight moves, like maneuvering there and here, and and waiting. Like you're waiting for your opponent to play something like this. And white's response is for now is okay, like he's waiting. If you take the pawn on e4, then the knight jumps on e4. That's a perfect outpost for the knight. Thank you very much for that. It will be long game and black won't be happy. If you push f4, Sure. Then in that case, white can keep the bishop on the board and play bishop f2 just to keep this bishop, then c3, b4, and continue to play. And with this pawn push, you might cause more weaknesses on the king side, and your e5 pawn might be a target after knight c4.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing the f-pawn did positively was deprive the white bishop of e3. But what did it do negatively? It opened up tactics on this diagonal towards the king. It opened up the 7th rank if white ever gets control of it in ways where you can lose an endgame because your king's trapped on the back rank. It weakened g6, and it gave away the possibility of f6 if you need to defend the e-pawn with your f-pawn. So way more negatives than positives. You know, you don't want to be anywhere near this as black. And what black followed up with in the actual game was bishop e6, walking into knight c5, which gets played. Let's just say black was at least preventing this main idea of c3 sending black backwards because of knight b3. That's why the bishop move was played. But what's black's plan against knight c5? That looks very powerful. Oh, it's just retreating. Oh, no. Oh, no. The e5 pawn's under pressure. White is getting close to taking over, but we don't yet have c3, knight b3, so it's not done yet.
Can we take the pawn on e5? Oh, that happened.
Exactly. White finds the easy tactic that Ketty suggests, and it looks like it's pretty much winning a pawn. You could desperado the knight on c2 or f3, but let's see if that works. Knight f3, check. There's knight f3.
Yeah, knight c2.
That's a piece sack. Knight c2.
You know what? You can take rook c2 and trade everything, and then bishop f4. Pins rook and the knight, rooks, and now rook d8.
Yeah. And black is just tied up every which way in this position. It's just a disaster. You're even going to get to play e takes f5 for white when the black bishop can't take back, probably, and make them play gf5. Well, it's complicated to calculate because you hit the rook and there's bishop c7. I'm not totally sure. But let's get back to the game. That position would definitely be bad for black one way or another. In the game, we get knight e6, just conceding 2 extra pawns for white. Oh my goodness, the white knights are deep within black's camp.
Yeah, and white won here an exchange. And white has a lot of pawns too. A7 pawn finally is gone. b7 is followed up. And I think b5 can also be taken. Oh, there's knight e2. Oh, yeah. Careful.
Black's throwing some final counterplay at white with threats of knight e2 and rook e2. So there was kind of a double threat here from black. Now, white might be able to survive and beat those threats. You know, for all I know, you could play a6 for white and allow knight takes your rook on c1 and still win. But I mean, very, very precise move from white is rook f1, hitting the knight so there's no rook e2.
And then king f2, because otherwise black could get this exchange back. But now this knight is pinned and knight is actually gone and black resigned.
Yeah. Crushing, actually. I mean, he took that simple d takes e5, d takes e5 pawn structure that you get out of a lot of, I mean, in this case, I think it was a Philidor defense, but you can get it out of a lot of double king pawn openings, just d5, d5. And Mamedov just played queen d6 at some point and says, look, the bishop on c8 is a little problem. a7 pawn's a little bit of a problem. And when black fought for counterplay, they just hastened the defeat dramatically.
Yeah, after this game, I might like these positions a little bit more than I was before, because he heard me. I was like, yeah, there's so many ideas. It's like, I like how I played now.
It's always a matter of having some like cool ideas that you can use in a position, right? Once you've got a cool idea that you want to use, then you look forward to playing that position. You know, even if it's a small advantage or a big advantage or positional or tactical, all you want is some understanding of what am I trying to do here? How do I make progress? How do I, you know, cause problems for the opponent? And now we saw that with queen d6, and then knight a4, that was a nice move, knight a4, so that you can control the light squared bishop on c8 with the idea of knight c5.
Yeah, that was nice. Okay, what about this position here? White has 2 rooks, but black has a passed pawn already on the 3rd rank, and the knight is guarding this pawn. I think white is going to take this knight on c4. So
Yeah.
that's why rook a4 was played.
Yeah, Alexeyenko thought the same thing. Thought rook takes c4 was incoming. I think if he didn't play rook a4, that rook takes c4, pawn takes. You take the pawn with your king, and black can't prevent the white king from then going to b4 or b3 at some point and collecting the a pawn as well. So it's going to be 2 full pass pawns extra. So black plays rook a4, and Benjamin switches directions. So he does not want to play something like rook c4, rook c4, rook a3. He thinks his advantage is better than that. And instead, he goes for rook e2, looking to basically set up some mating nets around this king, right? Because the a pawn is scary. If you go on the offense, you better be doing something important.
Yeah, well, if you play a2 now, there can be like rook a1. And
well, he can take it for now.
Yeah, right away.
Yeah. But when he goes for rook e6, he's going to have a good follow-up.
King to a5, I think it is the only move. And then you can somehow try to get b5 pawn. How about rook e8 and then rook b8?
Right. You've got rook b8, and against a2, you've got rook a8, king b6. You trade it, catching the pawn from behind.
Right.
So let's see. There's been a move. Rook a7 was chosen. Check, and the king comes up. And now we get rook e8. So I think looking exactly for Keddy's idea of rook b8 and thinking if black plays rook b7, white could consider rook a8, taking control of the a pawn from behind. It's looking very good for Benjamin, although he's down to a minute and a little bit.
Yeah, now we can actually give a check after king b6. Oh, okay. Forget that. He wants to checkmate black's king. That's more fun.
Rook a7. Well, now I think he can creep pretty easily with rook b8, right? Yeah, Benjamin looks like he's got pretty firm control of this game because now the black king's trapped on a5. That both means there's mating threats that limit black's pieces, and it means the a pawn's just not very dangerous with a king behind it because the rook will never be supporting it.
Yeah, and you can't even give a check. Just take it. There's not even a check.
Just sacks the pawn. Now white could play
rook b4?
Rook c4 and b4, yeah, but he doesn't even bother. Doesn't even bother. Against knight d6, he'll probably have rook b6. Rook f7 gets played. Ouch, check. c4, trying to win the knight on a5 by breaking through the 5th rank with the rook. Benjamin making his way through a tricky phase in this game quickly enough. Very, very good.
He's in a good shape.
By FIDE ratings, he's playing somebody, who's a little chunk ahead of him on the FIDE lists, but he's looking good here in rapid chess.
He does. And
back rank mate threat
still
averted.
Playing because that makes sense here. This is the time format without an increment, but yeah, it seems not very hard for white to convert this, right? In this time of.
Now we've got a 2600 GM with an extra rook. I think it's a comfortable moment to resign for black with no regrets about, you missed any kind of chance.
Not to try. Yeah.
This is done.
Right.
Threatening checkmate with rook c6, rook b7. The first checkmate you teach most 5-year-old kids. And finally, Alexeyenko believes that Bach knows what he's doing here. And Bach moves one step closer. But we've got 2 other early leaders here in contention. And it's a win for Dariusz Svirch.
All
wow.
Right.
Down in exchange, and black just resigned.
He couldn't move, or there was some kind of check? No,
well, he's got 7 seconds on the clock, but he's also, white has 2 pawns and a bishop. I guess it's just hard for black to find anything to do.
I need more than 7 seconds to find the resign button and to resign.
It's true. I basically never resign when I have that little time. I just keep playing some moves because I don't have time to decide if I should resign or not.
Yeah, for a long time,
Absolutely.
I didn't know where the resign button was. So, yeah.
Oh, you literally didn't know where it was.
And some people were telling, because I was streaming, I think, and some people were saying in the chat that she doesn't know where the resign button is, which is actually true that I didn't know.
I say that all the time about my opponents, but I mean it figuratively. I never knew there was someone who really didn't know where it was.
Yeah. Oh, there's too many pieces for black here.
Yeah, black's got one extra piece, plays the c4 pawn sack so the bishop can cover the a pawn. But it is, 10 seconds each. So there's a little bit of anything could happen. Maybe rook f2 can be tried. White has to take a moment to calculate it and hope it works. No, it was bad to calculate. White's going to flag because they calculated.
Rook is gone.
Yeah.
No. Huh?
Don't lose your knight now. Why did black do that? That was crazy.
Wow. So draw. He was afraid to be flagged, right? And he sacrificed the rook for the pawn.
Yeah, that was a weird moment to sack.
And he had more time, right?
But I guess it paid off. So that's the end of round 5. Let's check our standings here quickly for the Global Chess Championships. 5 rounds in. We're just past the halfway mark. We've got still 3 players tied for 2 spots. And it's Benjamin Bach and Dariusz Świercz. They both live in St. Louis, I think, the capital of US chess, maybe even arguably the capital of chess in the last decade.
Right.
And how many players are behind them? Actually, there's only 2 players with 4.5 and a huge group with 4.
A lot of players with 4 points. Talking about Benjamin, I know that he's playing at the Olympiad. So maybe he's already in Chennai when he's playing at this tournament, because I believe it will be a long way to be now in St. Louis and then to fly all over the world and go to India tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Reasonable. But if that's the case, that would mean that it's nighttime for him, right? Like midnight.
Really late.
I think it's maybe like 12:30 p.m. in India, or 12:30 a.m. in India right now, half an hour after midnight. I think the round has started, but Dariusz is not there just yet. Let's see if Benjamin is.
Seconds? No, they have played some moves.
Now he's played? Okay, good. Benjamin has got white against Kaisa. That is Martin Kravtsev of the Ukraine. And that's a big matchup as well. I've seen Kravtsev play in several of these global championship plans. So he's got the experience with the 9-round tournament, the 10-0 time control and all that. So he's a tough opponent for sure for Benjamin right now.
Yes, and David, remember we were talking about the speed of the moves and the opening, and we can see now they are, they're not playing that fast. They're carefully choosing the openings and the moves. And here we have this opening. Some people might think that it's a London system because they see the bishop on f4, but it's not quite that.
No, White's played an early c4, so it's completely different than the London system, right? c3, you're just strong pointing your own d4 pawn and sort of preventing any early action. With your pawn on c4, you're creating pressure on black and leaving your own d pawn less strong. So we see, Kravtsev playing c5, counterattacking the pawn on d5. Now they've each got an isolated pawn, which is going to be a bit sensitive throughout the middle game.
Right. In this opening, what I found really weird is the bishop on b4. You don't want to give up this bishop for the knight because you're not ruining the pawn structure. So very often this bishop goes back on d6 to challenge the bishop on f4, or even it's better to go this bishop on e7, which looks not so natural, but it's actually the best move in some of the lines.
Yeah. Is this just another tournament with the best players in the world? G6, D6, A6 is wondering, kind of a weird modern player there in our chat. Is it just another tournament with the best players in the world? Well, it is a rapid tournament, 10+0 time control, with a lot of the best players in the world in the knockout section. Some differences between other tournaments include that there's $1 million in prize money and that anyone can participate through a series of qualifying steps. So, you know, a lot of times the top players in the world just playing closed tournaments, round robin, 10 players, 8 players, you know, it's like no one else has the chance to play against them. Well, here, I mean, you've got the whole step up, and you can see the difference between each level of players as we move from open qualifiers to play-in phase to knockout. And we can see at what level each player comes up against somebody who is just a bigger fish than them.
Right. And also there is a prize for untitled player, $300 for the best untitled player. And this is the only event I can recall this big where everyone can play. Everyone, you just needs to have a verified account. Actually, I verified my account very early with the reason to play this tournament. But it turned out that I just got the verification just to have this mark, you know, blue marker verification. And never had actually a chance to play. And now I'm thinking maybe I can try in the last week. How about you, David? Have you played?
Yeah, you could play. I'm signed up to do commentary on Friday and next Monday. So there's no slot for me to play anymore. I'm just doing commentary every day that I have open. And honestly, given my getting flagged superpower, you know, it's not a high priority for me to play in an event without increment, because I know it's going to be a series of games where I flag with an extra rook or an extra queen and just kind of feel bad. So yeah, I just don't have the skills for this event.
Can feel you. All right. Now what will happen in the game is the bishop dark square bishops are off the board, and white is the one who played bishop to b5 now, from d3 to b5, and now trading the bishop for the knight. This is one of the things that I found very annoying for me. I never consider that my opponent will give me a bishop for my knight. And then when it happens, I'm like, oh my God, I have very bad bishop against a good knight, and this is not a good trade for me.
Well, you've got to start considering it then if it's happening to you multiple times, right? I'm also a big bishop lover, but once a pawn structure is kind of set, you can start figuring out which bishop is the better or the worse bishop. And once you don't have a bishop pair in question, it's not so obvious that you cannot trade off your last bishop. As long as the opponent doesn't have the bishop pair, there are many scenarios where a knight can flourish.
Right. So here, I think something very similar happened to black player as well. I'm sure if he knew this would come, he would keep the knight on the board, because now it's really risk-free position for white. White can just play knight a4 right away, knight c5, then rook e1, and to try this kind of like isolated pawn ideas, you know, rook e1, rook e5, knight a4, knight c5, or rook c5. You can also double the rooks on one of those open lines.
Yeah, I was even thinking, I know this is not the spirit of the position. This is an idea that came to me later. When I was first looking at this, I was thinking exactly like you would, sort of risk-free technical position for white. But then it occurred to me there's a whole other approach to the position for white, f4, with the idea of f5, and then you just put the pawn on f6, right? And it comes pretty fast because of that bishop. And, you know, it's a totally interesting position as well. So there's actually the position's simplified, but there's room for a lot of interesting attempts for white. And black's light squared bishop is so predictable now that black doesn't have the same kind of options that white has.
Right. Yeah, 4 and 5 is another idea which you mentioned that you were not expecting here, that you will have some kind of kingside attack. And if that happens, like after knight c5, especially at 4 and 5, then your rooks are also ready to lift on the third rank, rook c3, rook g3, and white is ready to checkmate black's king. And black king has not much pieces to guard. This light square bishop on e6 does not a great job.
That's right. So the knight gets to c5. Black's defending the pawn, is going to want to move that b7 pawn to b6 at the earliest opportunity. Does white have knight e6 though? White tried it. Okay, I didn't have time to calculate the consequences at all just yet.
I'm not sure about this move. White could also wait for b6 to happen. This gives you extra c6 square as a whole. And now I think black is just happy to have the pawn on e6 rather than to have a bishop, because even if you get the pawn, if you get this pawn for free, we might go to the rook endgame or queen endgame, where black has more chances to hold the position on a draw.
Yeah, I agree. I was wondering if the point from white with knight e6 was to play knight takes d8, rook takes, queen takes, and then just come here and sort of maybe there was some advantage here just off of the queen centralization, but that's not what he went for. He was just trying to give black this one weak pawn, and it seems like there's less room to outplay your opponent off of that than off of the bad bishop. And wow, exactly like you said, Ketty, black's just leaving the pawn on e6 undefended, just doesn't even care, says he can draw the rook endgame with rook c2 easily. And yeah, hard to see how Bach will give him problems here.
Yeah, and there's only one weakness now for black. White needs to create another weakness, and that's quite tough to do. As the queen side seems fine, king side, you can really start to push the pawns on the king side, because you know white king can also get quite weak here. So
yeah, I think black's poking at the queen side. Just needs to be careful not to get too far away from the king side, because it is a heavy piece position. If white puts the queen on f4, then you have to start watching out for rook e3 to f3. You just don't want to be too far away. So queen comes back to c7. Good. h4. Yeah, he may want to put the pawn on h5 so the king doesn't have a flight square to get out, and that way you can suddenly make some good threats. I think this rook needs to come to the f file if Benjamin wants to keep pushing here.
All right.
Queen g6 idea in some cases.
Is an idea, yes. I'm kind of thinking that black played a little bit passive here, and queen f7 maybe is the move. He allows queen g6.
Yeah.
Although after queen g6, you can always play queen f7 then.
Right.
Or e5 also looks nice.
Yeah. Or maybe e5, you know. I think what happens to players like me is sometimes I'll play a move like rook c3 thinking it looks active, but then with the rook not on c6, you know, the opponent plays queen g6, and then you're like, why did I make this threatening move, right?
Have you ever thought, like, can I just take my piece back and pretend nothing happened? When the opponent is gone. I have very often, because I also play moves like that, and then I was like, oh god, I want my rook back. Ooh, there was a repetition.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, makes sense, because you don't have much here, and probably you don't want to risk as well. All right.
We've got the third St. Louis bro playing here. We've got the spicy caterpillar Ray Robson with black. And by the way, folks, that was draws on both of the top two boards this round. Mamedov and Schwirch made a dubious decision to agree to a draw in 10 moves, grandmaster draw. That does not maximize your chances in this tournament. You see very, very few of those draws in this tournament compared to other tournaments like the Rapid Chess Championships, where you just need to be in the top 8 to qualify for the knockout.
Yeah.
With only 2 spots on the line, you don't know you want to draw basically till the final round, or maybe in round 8 with black. But I think you never have a situation where both players want to draw. Never. Never.
You're right, David. I have seen many situations when Dubov makes a draw in the tournament when he had a really good chances to qualify. And that's actually very weird to me. I never understood why he does so, and never pays off. Like, some players make a draw and then somehow they can still qualify, but I never understand why Dubov does that quite often.
It looks like black is going to lose the extra pawn here, right? Wait, white doesn't take on e5, but still trying to collect it on d4. That pawn can go to d3, though. It's not dead yet. And rook d8 does the same thing. Can't be captured just yet.
Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. If you take, then bishop f5 wins the rook. And if this pawn stays alive, then black can try to bring the king on the king side, maybe, or just in the center, and get a really nice advantage.
Major mistake from Victor, I think. You know, when queen d4 was played, did not seem like white could just take on e5 there. What would be the problem?
Bishop f5 check. And
king a1. Maybe
on the back rank, right?
Maybe pawn takes e5, and if queen takes, rook takes. Maybe there's like rook f1 to f2, collecting the h pawn. Maybe that was something that white feared a little bit.
Yeah, you can also do f2 right away. Threaten bishop f5 check.
Right. Okay, so this was a really key moment for white. Ray thought quite a bit about queen d4. White didn't have the time to think as long about it. Went for the queen trade and is now unable to collect that extra d4 pawn. And this looks more or less dead now. I would guess that it's winning for black. That d pawn is giving you all that space to get your king further up the board than white's king. And with same colored bishops, you eventually find a second weakness on one side or the other.
Right. You can always use this pawn to distract white's king, and then you can choose the side to go on the king side or to go on the queen side. And now with the pawn g5 going forward, black is trying to create a weakness, or black is trying to find some kind of second weakness, as you mentioned. So the king will go
grab
up
some space, gets pawns on dark squares.
We have a funny comment here, David, and I'm going to read it out. Petition to call Dara, Buck, and Ray the St. Louis Bros for the and for them to finish top 3. Nice suggestion for petition.
Yeah. Now the trick to this endgame, there's 2 pieces to the trick to this endgame. The black king needs to penetrate to either h2 or b2 or somewhere like that, right? So one trick is to advance your pawns and create a road that you can actually get through. So for example, h5, h4, and try and break down the g3 square and have a route in for the king. As long as white puts their pawns on a3, g3, etc., it's hard for your king to get past the bishop, right? And every time you try to make control of this diagonal with a move like bishop f5, your opponent plays bishop f3. So it's very tricky. You know, you end up doing things like bishop d5 to e6. So when the bishop moves away, you can bring your king forward to f5. There's a lot of fight around getting through with the king. So let's see how they do. So far, No progress for Ray. Brings the pawn to b4. Now, if white trades, the black king comes forward to b4. But if white doesn't trade, black can create that weakness on a3 to eventually attack.
Yeah, white has to keep the pawns on the board, and white should not be the one who takes these pawns. But also there is some cases where black can sacrifice this extra pawn and go to the pawn endgame.
So king f5, bishop c8, right? That's why you can't get through to g4 here. And when you bring your bishop off of h3, then white moves the bishop back to the diagonal that covers f5 from your king, right? So it's very tricky. King advances a little bit. Black may need to play d3 at some point to get extra space for the king on d4, and does.
Oh, yes, d4 and king c4 now. Bishop e4
first, perhaps? No, he goes straight for king c4, sacks the pawn to open up space. He checked that he still has an h pawn, which can win if this bishop sacks for this a pawn. Now he trades on g3 to ensure it's a healthy pawn.
I think it was a draw earlier. To trade the pawns, to keep the pawns on h file, and to give up the a3 pawn. And when king takes when king takes, then to get the opposition. There could be a draw, but this one seems to be winning for no.
He's simply queening the pawn by chasing the bishop away first. He's already got control of this diagonal.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. So Ray stays in the chase. Stays in the chase here. Who else is still playing? We've got an endgame here between Pranav and Vugar. I don't know if they're in range to compete for qualification, but let's see how it plays out anyway. White trying to defend rook against rook and bishop.
And white has not enough time, not as much time as black here, 15 seconds. Black is trying to flag. Black is actually getting a little bit advantage now. The pawn is gone.
Yeah. Oh, black's playing very, very vicious moves for this endgame. It's very, very easy to end up losing it. And yeah, I think we can see why here. Ooh. King e3. And now white's probably losing on the board to bishop e4 next move.
Check.
Threatening bishop d3 and mate. Oh, and he's got him. Rook f2, king e1, rook a2. Vugar was showing why at the grandmaster level, they win this position so often in time scrambles. Even with like a small increment, that you can put so much pressure on the opponent. And yeah, it was brief, but it was clinical.
Oof, that was nice technique of the end game, the knowledge. He showed the knowledge of this end game and also the skills of the flag. So that was hands up.
With the skills of the flag attached. Yes. All the skills needed from Vugar Rasulov, who now has 5.5 out of 6 and is tied in that first place group. So yeah, big deal to win that game. We are at round 6 out of 9 in this 9-round Swiss. All that matters is finishing in the top 3 right here. And we're going to have a short break and then be back with the final 3 rounds of the Swiss portion today. The 44th Chess Olympiad is coming to Chennai, India. This is the biggest team event in chess with 100+ countries competing for the gold and silver and bronze medals.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order before we return back to the broadcast. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order for the broadcast to return. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the broadcast. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work hard to get it back. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here on the broadcast. I hope that we can get things in order soon. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here on the broadcast. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll stick with us and be patient as we work to return. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order before we return back to the broadcast. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order for the broadcast to return. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the broadcast. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work hard to get it back. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here on the broadcast. I hope that we can get things in order soon. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient.
Go away, Danny. We've seen you fixing things. Go away, Danny. We've seen you fixing. Okay, we're back to the chess. Baku Boulevard. Rauf Mamedov has been either in first place or tied for first place throughout the tournament, but is not pulling ahead by any means. We've got Vugar here with the same score. Is Vugar also from Azerbaijan? Oh, the Azeris might dominate today as well.
He's from Azerbaijan, and I think he's also is a member of the national team for many years. So one of the toughest team now is fully in this competition. So I really feel bad for the rest of the guys, you know, to face the all the members of the Azerbaijan national team.
Yeah. So Black's got these isolated pawns, but one really, really amazing square for the knights on f4. Is that enough? Is that enough to compensate for the whole structure here?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, once the knight gets to f4, you've got knight takes g2, knight takes h3 ideas, then the second knight comes to f4. Yeah, I could see that knight doing something, but I'm not confident.
Right. What about those two pawns, double pawns on e-file? Do you think they are now actually weaker than strong?
Definitely bad pawns at this point. Yeah. When the structure is locked up, folks, like if white had an e pawn still on e4 blocking the file and black had a pawn on d6 or f7, it would be no big deal to have those doubled pawns. But here, yeah, white's got a clear view on the e5 pawn. It's under fire.
Yep, you can do this with a queen right away or just to Oh, he's actually trading the weakness. Well, his idea is, I think, to take it with a knight and the attack on e6 pawn. And if you trade one weakness, another weakness will remain on the board. So that's White's idea. And also, on the other hand, d3 pawn was a backward pawn for White, and Black was ready to attack those pawn with the queen and the rook. So here we have to trade.
Right.
Knight can take, queen can also take.
Right. So White gives up part of the opponent's weakness for part of White's weakness, simplifies the position, doesn't need to worry about knight f4 as much, doesn't need to worry about the d pawn. So trying to put some slight pressure on Black. If this pawn moves up, there's f5 coming for the White knights.
How about to take with the queen? Oh, he already made this move. He already made this move, right? All right. Okay. So David, after e5, maybe there's queen b3 move. So check, and you are avoiding to trade the queens. And if your opponent plays queen d5 and he wants to trade the queens anyway, then you might have knight to f5 or knight e6. Ooh, there we go.
Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. Okay, so live position. Black has played knight f4 here, covering the weakness on e6, and even without a pawn on e5, that knight is reasonably well supported here.
Right. Queen d5. Now be careful. Queen g2 is a checkmate threat. So in fact, I think that kind of forces White to trade the queens, because you probably don't want to play f3 here, because yeah, this might cost you some weaknesses on the second rank. And after all, it seems to me that Black is happy with all these traits and all this pawn structure changes.
Yeah, I mean, getting that pawn off of e6 was huge. I think Black is very, very solid here. We may be hitting a phase in the tournament where it's just too many good players and we start to see some draws, even with the rapid time control. You know, it just becomes very hard to break through when the opponent is strong enough.
Yes, and also I believe none of the players want to risk too much, because this is the last rounds, and you know, you don't want to lose because you're gonna lose the chance. And with a draw, you still keep being close to the leaders.
Yeah, but with 2 draws or 3 draws, you definitely lose your chance. I think the players need to be really open to risk, because the chances of winning are very small, I would say, in general. You have to see it from this perspective, I think, Ketty. Your chance of winning the tournament is small. You know, you've got a 1 in 10 or 20 chance. Even if you're in the top 10 players right now, you've got like a 1 in 10 to 20 chance of qualifying. So instead of worrying about the chance that you lose the game and don't qualify, I think you want to play almost like assume you're not qualifying. You would need to like win every game, and then play towards the possibility of maybe winning every game.
Well, yeah, that's actually true. That's actually true. Maybe both sides are waiting the opponents to make this crazy decision to complicate the position and sacrifice something, and that's when they will start to also, you know, show their true colors. I don't know, I'm really confused. This position is just so drawish, right? Like,
yeah,
I don't
it's
see
true.
any weakness here for Black side. I don't see any weakness for White side. And still a lot of pieces are on the board. They are not even trading the knights. So we might have this as a draw.
Yeah, I think it's very possible. There's not a lot of room to create an advantage here. But I still think the players should play it out all the way. Look for that win, because if you're drawing on another board, somebody else is winning, and you're falling backwards in the standings in this tournament. So we'll see what they can do. We'll see if they play with that urgency of needing to win, even though they're tied for first place. Maybe even more so for White, because if you're the Black player, you can tell yourself, well, if I draw, I get White next round. That's where I can win.
All right. So this is last 3 rounds. After this game, each of these players going to have extra 2 games. So yeah, they can hope to maybe to draw this one and to get last two, although that's going to be really tough to win last two games.
Yeah. There's no longer a point in this tournament where you're going to get an easy win. Everything's going to be worked for. White finds a tactic with rook d4. Oh,
nice.
That might be an extra pawn.
Then rook f4 check.
I see no way to save the pawn. The trickiest move is something like knight takes g2, right? But then white plays rook takes g4.
Or knight g5 and take the knight.
And that's the end of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see what he chose. Chose knight e2. So why is the knight headed that way? I mean, we're imagining white would play rook takes g4. Where's black headed? Knight c1 to d3.
Knight c1, exactly. Knight d3, and then those pawns on the queen side has to be pushed. So maybe he's hoping for that push.
Can white play rook d4 now? And then, on knight a2, play rook d1. And the knight just can't get out.
Going. a4, all right. Knight d3 now makes sense.
White's looking at maybe a5 and rook b4 as well at some point. Knight d3 will hit b2 though. Okay, this is live. 4.5 minutes each in this endgame. White is up a pawn for nothing at the moment, and black is scrambling for counterplay with this knight, but if the knight doesn't get out, it could be accelerating defeat.
Right, so b2 pawn now is hanging a5, as David mentioned, or rook d4. It's also a nice idea. So b2 pawn, in fact, was not hanging. It was about to be traded to b7 pawn. So black decided to keep the knight on the board. Now a5, knight b3.
A5.
Oh, yeah.
Knight b3, rook b4, knight a5 defends b7. So yeah, that's something for white to worry about. I think one of the most important things to know about this endgame is that if rooks are traded, white's chances of winning are super high. And if knights are traded, black's chances of drawing are super high.
So we know who wants to trade which piece. White wants to trade rook and black wants to trade the knights for their best results.
I like a5 from black. I feel like it's a little bit annoying for white to cover the a pawn. It's not very realistic to play b3 here because the black knight on c5 controls that square. So black has definitely left white with something to worry about on the queen side.
David, what do you think? Is there any unpleasant moment for these two players when they're facing each other from the same team, from the same federation, and they're both sharing the top places, and they're not making draw, they are playing this game?
I mean, it depends. I mean, Mamedov spent his possible draw last round against Švirić. So he can't just say, oh, now I'm playing somebody else who I don't want to beat, so I'll make a draw. And then, in classical tournaments, you'll see GMs finding all kinds of reasons to agree draws. Oh, my countryman, oh, my friend, oh, I've got black, oh, I'm scared of this guy. There's 10,000 possible reasons to never play the game. But here, I mean, you only get one or two. And I honestly think there's zero situations really where they should be agreeing draws in this position. White should watch out for knight e6 from black, in my opinion. But, maybe even if they're from the same country, they could be rivals versus friends. I don't think we necessarily know that. But in a tournament like this, I think all the players understand, we're trying to win, a couple $100,000 playing a tournament with Caruana and Dingley Ren and, Vishy Anand, I think. So they just kind of have to play.
Right, and chess is also individual sport, right? And once in a while you play in a team. So I'm sure they have played a lot of games, more games as a competitors, more than as a teammates. So they might be in a very familiar situation right now and not feeling any bad.
Yeah. So white's going after g6. Black pushes ahead with the extra pawn on the queen side, and that pawn starts to become a little dangerous. The white king is cut off. So I could even imagine the following variation: knight c5, rook check, king here, rook g5, and then d3. And this is a variation that I came up with, which I think illustrates the possible counterplay for black, right? If knight takes d3, black gets it. If rook c5, d2. And
you can't stop this pawn.
Yeah, you just can't deal with it. So just to say, this d pawn is like a real factor in the game here. So knight f4 was played. Black played rook g7. If I were white, that would be a sigh of relief for me. I would have been much more worried about knight c5, you know, not being sure what I wanted to do against that move. So rook g7, white gets the passive move, gets the blockade square with the knight. And oh, we get a repetition though again. Clock's dead equal.
So you think knight c5 here might be a try?
Yeah.
Black is losing some time here. Knight c5 and to sacrifice g6 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, normally if your opponent repeats, you just repeat very, very quickly as the defensive player. But here we get something totally different. Rook to d7. Ooh. So now black goes for the idea of using the pawn. But this way, the white king can come defend. And it's hard to break the king's blockade on d1.
King is not cut it on from e-file anymore, right? So, and also knight from b3. Okay, support.
Fancy and risky. It's a great
still winning
move
for white, you know?
It's like, a great move.
Yeah.
It's a great move. But like scary. You need nerves to play this.
Yeah, you can't move your rook d8, rook d6. Not possible.
Yep.
If you play rook e7, that's okay. You can play h5 then.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, nice move. Do you think this can beat the move rook g2 that earlier was played by Rav?
Honestly, that to me, that's harder to find. The precise move in the endgame like that, keeping things under control, is harder for me to find than the direct tactical move when you've got all your pieces on good squares. And I think also, good as the rook g2 move was, black probably had more than one winning move in that position. I feel like for me, that difficulty level was lower. This is really tricky to play. But now white's got the dream scenario. Pure knight endgame, two connected pass pawns starting to move. And I think white has got this one.
And is that a pawn? Okay, pawn trade.
C4 would be the trade. And black's trying to threaten knight e4 check and d2 to sort of force white's hand here. Otherwise, white was just going to play f5, king f4, and sort of roll forward.
Right. Yeah, so someone might ask now, like, why you were giving up this pass pawn, black's very active pawn, only active pawn. But in fact, black is trying to trade as much pawns as possible. And then if the pawns are gone off the board from queen side, then knight can go on the king side and try to sacrifice for two pawns, which can be a realistic chance to make a draw.
That's right. There are some situations where king and knight can sometimes draw against the knight and two pawns, but also, especially if black could trade off enough pawns to be left with one pawn still on the queen side and white's knight is on a2 or a3 blockading, and then you send your knight back to defend, that would be an actual drawing scenario, like a true draw. Knight here, feels like f6 and knight e5 is going to come. Yeah, and on king f5, you just push, so that's done. It's over.
That's a game over.
White's won it. Very, very impressive endgame from Mamedov, I think.
Yeah, and also black had chances to. It was actually black who decided to play this game and to have a decisive result. There was a draw already offered from white side to repeat the moves, but it was declined from black, and it was not maybe the best solution, but also Rav found the best moves there in the end game.
Yeah, also winning during this round was Dariush. So the two players who I disagree with the strategy that they drew in round 6, but they both, took advantage of that 20-minute rest and won their round 7 games. So maybe I've underestimated the value of taking one draw at some point in this tournament.
Yeah. You also have like less tough opponents in that case if you make a draw, and you're not on the top, so people maybe not even just notice that, and you might have some quiet time to.
Oh, 94 check is coming. White's going to win this game by surprise. He pre-moved 94. Oops. That wasn't a very good pre-move. Oh, it's because White was out of time.
Yeah. Wow.
Ay, ay, ay.
What a dramatic scenario.
Wow. White almost won that on their last couple seconds. I mean, on the board, they won it, but they ran out of time. And that's all the time we have for round 7. We've now got 2 players half a point ahead of the field. Plenty of chasers. Plenty of chasers.
Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen in the last 2 rounds. We're going to have one person already. The first place will qualify already, and the second and third place going to have the tie breaks, 2 games. And if in case of a draw, we might have a Armageddon as well. So yeah, looking forward to that one. I really like Armageddons, as much Armageddons as possible.
Yes. So you'll be rooting for that. I have to say, the main event is a 9-round Swiss. The dessert is just this 2 to 3 game match. But that match is, I think, the best part of the whole play-in each day. That 2-game match, everything on the line, just one person against one person, not tie breaks, not what pairings you get, not whether you get 5 whites or 5 blacks, just that 1 versus 1 at the end is really my favorite part of the whole day.
Right, we're getting close to that. And here we have the round 8 already started, and we have the moves here in the slot defense. White goes with e3, and black quickly develops the light square bishop first, because very often this bishop has an issue. And when it's developed, this bishop still has an issue as white is chasing it. Queen to b3, b7 pawn is under attack.
Yeah. We notice, by the way, that Mamedov has switched from the King's Indian defense to the Slav for, a higher level matchup later on in the tournament. A game where maybe he would again be pretty comfortable with a draw, since he's half a point ahead now, and he would get white in the last round. Whereas earlier in the tournament, playing lower rated players with with the need to score 6 or 7 wins in the tournament, he opted for that King's Indian.
Yeah, well, he himself and also other grandmasters who are now at the leaders positions, they probably have 1 or 2 or 3 main openings, and they can switch just like this, and play and feel very comfortable there. So in this Slav defense, I decided to castle on the long side, and white is giving up h2 pawn. Very often this pawn can cause a huge problem for black, as the h file will be open and black is struggling to castle here. Black doesn't want to castle short side because white starts h4, h5, pawn push and the king side attack. And to castle on the long side, you're gonna find yourself under the attack of c1 rook. So very often this king remains in the center, sometimes goes on f8, but black never takes the pawn on h2.
Just kind of tuck yourself on f8, and then the h4, h5 plan is restrained by the rook on h8. Yeah, we can see one reason why Bach castled queenside. I mean, if you castle kingside, queen h2 is going to be much more annoying. So he tucks his king away somewhere he finds it pretty safe. If black takes the pawn on h2 throughout this sequence, it's been hanging, but he's had the pawn on b7 available to recapture, hitting the knight and the rook. So there was never, I don't think, a situation where it would have been a good idea for black to grab the b7 pawn, to grab the h2 pawn.
Right.
That I've noticed as I was watching this. So we get rook c8. So now the black king's not castling queenside. That's kind of committed. We get knight e2. And b5.
Yeah, white can still try this knight f4, h4, and h5 ideas. There's also g4 move to open up the king side.
Right. And I think another plan for white is e4 at some point once the d4 pawn is defended. It's a tricky move to go for. And honestly, I was sort of wondering about, just a plan of doubling rooks on the c file, maybe play h3 to stop sacrificing the h2 pawn. But Benjamin tears open the queen side where his own king is here, right? So this a4 move is a bit of a surprise to me.
It is to me as well, because now I kind of feel like if white is not winning right away, black will have very nice attack on the queen side. So is there a queen to b5 move to pin the knight?
Right. Could be. Maybe also calculating rook takes c6 right here. Rook c6, queen c6, bishop b5, rook a6, and white loses an exchange. So that's probably not good, but maybe checking it.
Right. So I'm curious why he's not playing queen to b5. This seems, yeah, okay, he's probably calculating. That's what you just mentioned. But still, he's spending way too much time here, and there's no more move but queen to b5, and actually was played king d7. All right, king comes to rescue the knight. Can we do some kind of sacrifices now? Rook c6, queen c6, and rook c1 to force black to take the queen, and then bishop comes with a check.
Well, let's see how strong that is, because black is coming with some threats in a moment. So Bach needs to be looking at things like this. He grabbed that a pawn, he tore open the queen side, and then immediately started hesitating about, do I really want this? So I guess king d6 is not very good here.
You're right. There's a checkmate in one move.
So that leaves us, by process of elimination, the last move, no matter how implausible, is the correct one. King to d8.
And rook c6 now.
And rook c6 now. And I would just put, I wouldn't want to retreat. I would just come forward and say, I've got an extra exchange. If white wants to win a pawn on c4, rook h2 should mop up the game.
Yeah, maybe it's not working.
Okay, so what is he to do? I think he's still thinking here after king to d7. Does he have time to double rooks? Like, what's black's threat? Does white have time to just play rook c2 or c3? Rook c2.
To double the rooks, right?
Yeah. To put the other rook on c1 and attack this knight, right? Because rook b8, it's one move slow as far as the threat goes, right? Then we get rook c1. Oh, but black will have knight c4 if we ever go like this, right?
Oh, the queen is trapped. Queen can't move away, and there is also knight a3 threat.
So you have to go here. Bishop takes. If they take your queen, then I think white will just win. I mean, just collect everything. So black's just going to take on c4 then. We got to save our queen, and I don't know what's going on. There's time for, rook b6 as needed to defend the knight. A tricky position. Is he still thinking?
Black might have this just slightly better, like pleasant position, because white's king is weak now. Black's king seems to be being busy to guard some weaknesses. So this can be quite pleasant to play this kind of format. Okay, you're trying to prove me wrong.
I mean, I would try d5 if we got here, probably. I mean, it's just, I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I'm backing up my theory that I don't know what's going on, that it's complicated enough that I would want more time on the
flex position, and the moment you played d5, I was like, oh, maybe it's white.
Maybe it's white. It's hard to say, right? I mean, white's got 2 extra pawns. Black's got some clearly dangerous ideas. Okay, rook c2 and rook b8 have been played, but again, it's Benjamin's clock ticking down. He's about to be with half the time of Mamedov in a moment here. Yeah,
it's 3 minutes. It's a lot of difference on time, and we know that even if you have an extra queen, if your opponent has just one more piece on the board, it will be game over for you if you flag. So yeah, time is very important. Benjamin knows that. He just played rook to c1 now, and the knight on c6 is hanging, and knight c4 is the move that we were considering here. Is there another way, like knight a4 maybe?
I don't know that there are a lot of options for black, but knight a4 is also an interesting move to consider. If white goes for the queen trade, then you would have rook b2 at the end, right? King a1, and then probably rook takes d2 is pretty scary for white. Black recovers their piece, threatens the bishop on d3, and threatens knight c3. So knight a4 looks like Mamedov does actually have 2 alternative moves to consider and calculate here. White against knight a4 was probably just going to play rook c6. And
if you take the queen, you take with the bishop. So, even that check is possible.
Yeah, white's just got so much built up on this file. We take that with check, we capture this, and so maybe knight a4 loses to rook takes knight.
That's a brilliant move, rook c6 here. In fact, I think there's a checkmate in few moves after that.
Okay. So even better, even better. So knight a4, I guess we've taken that out of the picture. So that leaves knight c4. And not much else. But Mamedov's having an unusually long think here for him. And now we get knight c4. Benjamin's going to recapture quickly.
Bishop c4.
And yeah,
bishop,
I think we're going to...
b5 looks very bad here. Black should take this bishop instead, as we showed.
Yeah. I think we're going to get this dc4, queen c4 kind of position. No, there was another move there. Oh my gosh. And now queen c6 is the move that we need to consider.
Wow.
Queen c6.
There's also queen a6. I would consider to play to trade the queens, you know.
Sure. You can play queen e6. It's a queen a6. It's a fine move, but I think the first thing you look at is queen takes knight here. Trying to unleash your pieces.
Yeah, I don't know. King takes. Is there a checkmate?
I don't know. Let's play bishop d5 to continue in style, right?
I'm going to say that.
King d5. And now we just need to seal this king in with like a checkmate somehow.
Knight f4. Okay, c6. You are kind of running out from checks, right?
Queen a6 has been played. All right. Well, I'll analyze queen c6 later on my own time. We got queen a6 from Benjamin, very responsible move. I mean, there's a limit to how much time you can spend on queen takes c6 in a rapid game. You know, you look at it for 30 seconds, 40 seconds. If it's not a knockout, you may just have to go queen a6 and keep some time on your clock and play it practically. It's an end game with an extra pawn.
Right. He's already down to 2 to 3 minutes, so he doesn't want it to spend more time, because even if it's working and it's not a checkmate, you're gonna lose it on time. So this can be quite practical decision from white, as one extra pawn still remains on the board. Black has very active pieces, that's no doubt about that. But yeah, knight a4. Now can I take that knight? Pawn takes.
Absolutely.
Very bad pawn structure for white, and the bishop is even worse.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess that the position's well within the drawing margin, but from white's perspective as well, like you're just looking for chances to win the game, and you do have chances as long as you've got that extra pawn. I mean, we've seen absolutely dead equal end games. Someone gets outplayed. This one here is not dead equal. There's room.
Right. Rook A1 now might be the check Black is considering, but there's King C2, and maybe White is just fine to trade one pair of rook there. So, oh, King C2 was a pre-move?
Maybe. It came quickly, but is knight b4, knight d4 a problem? We'll see. Knight b4. King backs up. Now there's knight a2, maybe looking towards the rook endgame. We get knight a2. Rook cc2.
I can trade the knight for the bishop and then activate the rook a1, rook g1, or rook h1 then.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's what we're going to be seeing here. I mean, the knight's committed here on a2, right? I think Mamedov played it quickly, but I think he must be going for knight c3.
Right. To create the pass pawn will be very hard for White if the pawn goes on c-file. Rook
h8. So he's planning h3, rook h4. So Benjamin puts another pawn on a dark square. And then the rook just comes back to c8 patiently.
Oh.
Doubling up, controlling c3.
Right.
And Benjamin is down 40 seconds, 50 seconds on the clock. So he needs to be careful to keep his time up because, you know, just because you don't manage to win the endgame doesn't mean the opponent gives you a draw, right? They may move back and forth till you lose on time. So knight b4 check was threatened there. So rook a1 would have been a blunder. He moves out of the way of that. Now we've got a clear repetition available for Black, but will Black even take it?
Do you think Black is going to take it? Knight a2. I think he will try something else because he has a bit more time. No. Yeah. All right, there's the draw.
Takes it. Proper chess result. And I think Bach was still 2 minutes on the clock. You know, Black's risking it if they try and keep the game going down a pawn just to try and flag White. You know, you could easily lose it. On the other hand, I've been saying all along, they need to take risks.
Right, but also White cannot take a risk there. White was not the side who was actually making that decision to make a draw or not. Like he had no option. If Black wanted to draw, there was the only way to accept it. So yeah, there was a draw. So here we have another game out there, and rook and knight versus bishop and knight. This knight on e6 seems to me way more active than the bishop, but White has an extra pawn on e4, so that's what really matters in this position.
Yeah, there's an extra pawn, and the bishop on e3 is not bad. White has a mostly light square pawn structure. Black's got a couple pawns on b6 and d6 that can eventually be attacked. I thought that White would just play rook f5 when Black was offering that rook trade, so I was a little surprised when White kept the piece. I mean, it's famous that rook and bishop is a good combination that you want to keep together in the end game, but I felt like with rook f5, Black wouldn't be able to take the rook because g takes f5, and you sort of build up more and more space with the pawn structure for White, which is going to limit Black's knight and king. So my default is to assume that White's winning a position like this with an extra pawn.
Right. Now rook to g1 is he going to try g5, maybe g6 to block another pawn on the dark square? And then at some point White will play c3 and d4, break through in the center to open up the squares for the king, and king can go to d3, c4, and b5. Even now, like d4 can be a serious threat, and king to d3 and c4. And this king will be unstoppable.
Yeah. So tension's tough. Black's going to need to try and play the move d5. Oh, but White doesn't even take back with the pawn. Fantastic move from Alexienko to put the bishop on d4, give himself an isolated pawn, but he's active here, right?
Pawn now. Yeah, he's winning a pawn. Black has to give up a pawn, and he decides to give up d. Oh, nice find here. d5.
but white's got enough passed pawns over here now to clean up this game. Bishop d8, cleaning up more. Bishop f4. It's done. That's it. That's 3 connected passed pawns, and Dariush loses his command of the tournament, and he's going to be needing a win and help now in the last round. I mean, it flips very quickly from being in first place and feeling in control to needing all kinds of help.
Yeah, I don't know if he has a technical chance to get at least the tie breaks now. But you know, like at this event, you can be the leader of the tournament, even sole leader of the tournament, and at some point you can lose a game, and then like 5 people can be ahead of you.
Yeah, this endgame, I don't know, which player thinks they're better or that they're winning. It's a very, very complicated endgame. White thought a while on the first move when we got here, and I imagine what white was calculating was rook g6, f5, king f7, and then you either bring your king to the a pawn or the c pawn. I think if white felt that they were in danger, there's no way white loses with rook g6, right? I mean, black's just basically out of pawns.
Yeah, that's kind of risk-free position, and then after king b4, king a4 can also have these connected pawns. And when you have both rooks on the board, there will be more checks. So it's a bit risky decision that white made, but seems that it's still working perfectly well.
White's idea is bishop g7.
And f8 or rook e8 and then
or
f8.
Rook e8. Oh, wow. Sacking the bishop with check. That was a nice call on king f6, queens. Ray Robson resigns, and Last Gladiator moves up the standings. Wow, tied for first place now, and we've had a big lead switch here this round. We've got 2 new contestants for the final, for the top spots, for the qualification spots. Last Gladiator and Bilodeau, which is Alexienko.
Who is Last Gladiator? He's from my country. I see the Georgian flag, but I can't recognize the player. If somebody knows in the chat, I might give you guys more information. Just I need to know the name.
Yeah.
And then we know
Aydin Suleymanli.
Is the name?
That's the name I'm seeing. Aydin Suleymanli.
Oh wow, I didn't really expect it that name.
Yeah. A young player. I think 17 years old.
Wow. You mean from Georgia?
I thought that he was Azeri. But
I'm a bit surprised. I thought I knew all the Georgian players, but
right. Let's see. Just doing some quick Google research. It says Azerbaijani. So I was right on that. I mean, I've seen him on like junior lists and in some junior tournaments, world youth under 14, under 16 kind of stuff, playing for Azerbaijan. So I don't know why the Georgian flag is there, but if you get to interview him, you can ask that question, where the Georgian flag entered the picture.
In Georgia. In Georgian
his young life.
Like in my language.
Here he is on board 1 in the final round.
Let's go.
Up against Mamedov. So secretly, we've got perhaps 2 Azerbaijani players facing each other here with 2 different flags, Ukraine versus Georgia.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. All right, so the last round, David, and we will know now the winner of this event, and also the second and the third places who will play the tie breaks.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a bit slow, I think, at the beginning, but how about draw? What happens if
so
draw?
Here's an interesting thing. If there's a draw, I would bet on Last Gladiator Suleymanli to come out on top in this tournament. because he's going into this round with 6 more tiebreak points, which is a head scratcher because normally whoever's on board 1 would have good tiebreaks. Like if you've been in the lead for the first round, you've played the best players, more of them. That would be Mamedov, who's got white here, but he's showing as being 6.5 points behind on tiebreaks. That's a lot of tiebreak points to catch up in one round, right? I mean, I think you could probably gain about 8 tiebreak points maximum in the last round.
Right.
And that would be a 1 in 100 chance, or 1 in,
But also in the last
1 in
round,
500.
The tiebreaks can be changed and can be dramatic. And imagine you can, you don't have much time to think about that. And also you don't have much time before the game starts. You can't really calculate all possible ways. So basically they're playing now.
Usually you have no idea, and tiebreaks are a toss-up, but in the tournament standings, you can see what the tiebreakers are up to this point. And if you see a difference like 6 points, or you can look at Alexeyenko, who's the 3rd player with 7 out of 8, he's got 5 tiebreak points less than Mamedov. So his chances of passing Mamedov and Suleimanli on tiebreaks are extremely low, even though he's tied for first now. If you see that big a difference, you kind of get a sense of who's got draw odds, so to speak, in the final round.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's say
so that's the other big matchup this round. We've got Alexeyenko with white against Gadir Gusenov, who is in the big group, half a point behind them. They've also got the advanced, French/Caro pawn structure in their game. So we've got 2 games with that structure to decide everything here.
Yeah, and this very game seems to be just heading up as white now plays b3, and I think white wants to play bishop a3 to control this long diagonal to get this bishop on d6 square probably. But instead of this, actually not instead of this, black started to play some weird moves, weird pawn moves, h5 then c5.
Well, black's exploding the game, but expanding both on the king side and in the center at the same time. You wonder, what's the plan for the black king, right? But we can tell that part of black's plan is activity. They're using the pawns. They've kicked the white pieces to passive squares despite the space advantage for white. And now they're trying to undermine the center while white's knights are awkward. So cd5, cd4, hitting that knight. And I was thinking, maybe pawn takes e6 with craziness, but white has played a slightly saner move here with knight c4. I still expect this game to be crazy.
Yeah, knight c4 wants to get this knight on d6 with a check. But I agree with you, actually. This other move, d takes c6, was, I think, better for white and was bringing more complication. So d3 has been played, and the bishop now seems to be having only one move on c3 on f3, and after f3, you can black can also try somewhere to push g4 to sacrifice a pawn and open up the h file, and then somehow get the queen on h4, and we know then how it can end.
Yeah, there can be all kinds of extra tactics for black if they throw in that g4 sack at some point. I think the h file would be worth the pawn in this position. I think one of the big things black's going for is knight e5, trying to dominate with the bishops on g7 and g6 in this position. White's obviously going to be considering knight d6, but black's saying, we'll just play king f8 and then take the pawn on e5. And, the knight will be hanging on d6. That's no advantage to white. So this is a real mind bender for Rauf Mamedov. And the youngster from Azerbaijan is definitely giving him something to think about here.
Yeah, and he spent a lot of time, and after that he played only move on the board, which was bishop to f3, but he was actually trying to find all the possible ways here. There was also d takes c6, but seems that it was not working. So after bishop f3, there is g4, very nice move. There's also knight d5 here that black can consider to play to open up the queen and prepare g4 move happening next.
Yeah. And actually Mamedov's still ahead on the clock. So, I mean, he put some effort onto this move, bishop f3, but pawn takes d5. Wow.
Huh?
Wow. Not one of the moves we were mainly considering, right? Forcing that knight into d6, trying to take on e5 without trading any pieces. And you know, it makes sense from a certain perspective. His king's sort of in a weird situation, but he's kind of covering the king with pieces, and he wants his pawn structure, his extra pawns in the center, his g4 move. He wants to push the white pieces towards bad squares. So he's actually avoiding some trades that would clarify it and give the remaining white pieces somewhere to go.
Yeah, he's doing that very, very well. Now e5 pawn is gone. The knight on d6 is guarded for now, but the bishop has to stuck there on a3 for a moment. And there's knight f3 now and rook bishop to a1, or it can be something even stronger. g4 is my choice here. I think there should be somewhere this move happening, and then f5 to trap the bishop.
Right. Now, bear in mind on g4, white might play bishop takes d5. Like the bishop might not be trapped because bishop d5, knight d5, knight b7 probably wins the queen for 2 minor pieces. So the bishop has a chaotic square it can go for, but you did predict Suleimanli's move. He goes for g4. He's tearing open that file. And now both kings are going to...
next flat, and he can hurt me.
Oh, yeah.
Living in Georgia, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he can hear you. Maybe that's where he's picking it from. But we're about to have both kings completely exposed here. This is the opposite of an equal endgame. This is a bloodbath in the making.
But David, what happens after bishop d5 and queen a5 to attack both bishops at the same time?
All right. At first, I would tell you nobody knows, but let's see if we can know. Interesting move, knight c4, queen d5, knight c4, queen d5, and the bishop on g7. It looks like everything's just holding together.
Right.
But it's a little bit messy. Like white could take once and then play knight c4 with the second knight, right? Looking for bishop a1, bishop e7, king moves, queen a1. Something like this could be a little bit messy, although probably black's got enough counterplay.
Oh, wow, look at this. What is happening in the game? Actually,
knight b7 was the choice.
Yeah, white just left the bishop on f3 and played knight to b7. A lot of white pieces are hanging right now.
Left it hanging, goes after the queen. White has knight on b7 hanging, bishop on a3 hanging, bishop on f3 hanging. Lots of undefended pieces. Black's got the bishop on has the knight on e7, which is barely defended under multiple attacks. Knight on e5, barely defended. So this is a position with what I call like a large number of tactical elements, both for white and for black. It means each player has the potential to score a tactic or to hang a tactic.
Right. It's quite a complicated position. And also the engine says that it's somewhere equal with the proper play here. The only moves I believe already at this place, as everything for both sides are now hanging. King to g8, bishop on d5.
Calmly tucks. Calmly tucks the king, but it's true. White actually found a way here with knight b7 and bishop d5 to keep every piece defended at once. That's kind of crazy. And the knight on b7 stopped that queen a5 move that was really strong in another variation you found. So king g8 is threatening the piece. Bishop d6. Cutting the queen off from the knight on e5. Queen d7 preparing to take on d5 and maybe trap the knight on b7 at the end. Although, I mean, this knight is hanging too, and that would defend it, right? So bishop e5 has just been played. Bishop e5.
And
rook e5, knight d5. That's going to be the plan, I guess. Okay. We'll see.
Yeah, and what has this problem of knight on b7?
Yeah, knight c5, queen d6.
Knight d3 not.
First variation to look at. No knight d3. Wow.
That's double attack that white cannot really guard both pieces.
How are they doing on time? They're both managing to keep pretty close on time here. Plan knight c3. Wow. Well, it's looking like a good thing that white didn't trade pawns on g4, because knight e2 would be completely devastating if the h file were open.
Yeah, it could be checkmate in 2 moves only.
White could have definitely had the same position, but without the h pawns. Made the right choice, it looks like. Now Suleimanli wants to open up g2. Queen e3. Okay, so planning to hide behind the black pawn. He wants the black pawn to shelter the king, but there's always knight e2, so it won't really shelter. Knight e2 looks crushing.
It does, and like now queen c7 maybe at some point to pin the rook.
I'm feeling death here, just queen g4 and g1, you know.
Right.
I guess the king maybe has to take the pawn. He does not. He refuses, threatens knight f6. Queen g4 doesn't get out of the range of that. Queen d8 is a possible move.
I still like queen c7 here.
Your suggestion?
And in case if you trade the knight with the bishop, then black's king will not have a cover after that. So maybe he's not considering to play that move.
It's true. There is an option to take the knight and then play g1, winning in exchange. But at the end, black will have nobody covering the king and no active pieces. So we get your move, queen c7. And I guess on knight f6, king g7, black doesn't really care about that check. Improving a piece, that's a good move. Played quickly from Mamedov.
Right. And now, I don't know if black wants to play g1 or not, because you know, you're winning the exchange, but you are actually giving up your very strong 2 pieces, knight and the pawn on g2. So here we have king to g7. Perhaps he's preparing f6 to win a rook on e5.
Maybe. That's wild and risky. Okay, white tries to cut the black queen off, keep bringing that knight from a5 into the center of the game. Looks very, very strong. Against f6, rook e6. I'm scared.
Now take the knight on e4, like bishop e4. Are we winning?
Oh, remove the defender.
Yes, there we go.
Oh, that might just win the game. And it seems like, I was going to say, it seems like the kind of thing Suleimanli would spot, but goes for something else. Challenging the knight. Knight f5 check, bishop takes knight, wins for black. So there's no check here. Do we have any other results yet on the top boards here? No. This is it, by the way, folks. I mean, you know, on these top 2 boards, if you win a game, you're in that knockout with the top, you know, players in the world, $5,000 minimum prize. So the pressure is extremely high right now as they get down to 3 minutes each. We want to see what position the other players have. Alexienko has got a queen against like 3 pieces. He is not going to be winning this game against Gusenov, but
there might be a draw because of this.
Might have a perpetual check here, yeah.
E6 also creates a lot of danger here. E6.
That's true. E6 is a mess, and he goes for it. So he's allowing bishop e3 with check. He's allowing rook b1, rook a to b2.
Oh, wow. Bishop e3, king goes on f1. No,
then
king goes
rook
on
f2
h1.
is made. Yeah.
No, king goes on h1. I think that's the only move.
The king just runs from the checkmate. He doesn't even take the pawn. He leaves the bishop to stop a potential perpetual right here with bishop g7. That's crazy. In a situation like this, just be moving the king. You can't take on g6 either because of rook to g8. So Alexienko just pushes the e-pawn.
I think it's now time to take the e3 pawn. And yeah, we can play king to f1 in that position because rook f2 wins a game. Win a queen and there will be extra rook. So king h1 seems to be the only move.
C3, just letting it go? What?
And the engine decided
is unstoppable
not to work,
once it gets here.
It seems to be the best move, David. C3 here.
Really, the best.
The engine did not really move down. I thought
It didn't react, so it was a good move. That is crazy. I mean, this C pawn, it's really hard to stop. When it gets to C2, you're always threatening rook B1. You can't move your king up to the second rank because it'll queen with discovered check. Oh, but it's clear. White's got a draw perpetual here, right here.
Yeah, you can't play king G8 because you're gonna lose C3.
It's time to take it. He can't stop this pawn. I don't think the draw is going to be good enough for either of those players. I think they're out. That's it for them. Let's see who is going to make it. Let's go back to last gladiator. Aiden Suleimanli still got the knight on E2, lost the G pawn. Materials about equal, one extra pawn for black, maybe.
It's just
knight takes C1. There's queen takes D4 with check. So he goes knight F4 check.
How about rook E4 here and then queen G3 and queen G2? There should be a
rook E4. Yeah, rook E4.
But then F takes C4 and
right. F takes E4 covering. Let's see the time. 1:20 against 1:40. Let's see.
Repeats the move. Yeah, still there's rook E4 here and then knight C1. That's rook E4. Oh no, he's not going.
Suleimanli is repeating and offering a draw. He's repeating and offering a draw, which would be good enough for him, I think. I think it would be good enough for Suleimanli, but we don't know. I don't know if the whole game he knew that he had the tie breaks. I don't know if he knew. I mean, this was the game that seemed the least likely to end in a draw of any game we've watched today. But okay, he gets to 6.5. Bach is playing. He's got an endgame against Vugar Rasulov. He has an extra bishop and a pawn on B3. It looks like Benjamin's almost got this game.
Yeah, who can stop this pawn?
Yeah, the white pawns are just not fast enough. Rook takes, king takes, F6, B2, F7 or G7, whatever. It's queening with check. The bishop's covering the queening squares. Here comes the B pawn. What is white looking for? Rook D1, there's rook C1. Just
some checks and rook E1. Yeah.
Just throwing a few moves at the game. But Benjamin's got this. This one is done. So he's going to join the group on 7.5. I don't know how the tie breaks are going to go, but there's going to be more than 3 players on 7.5 here right now.
Yeah, I think that's going to take a little bit time for everyone to know those lucky players who got into the tie breaks.
King being hunted down. Another player who doesn't know where the resign button is, I think, in that game. So the results are starting to shake out. We've got 4 players right now showing as having 7.5 out of 9. A couple people on 7. Is there anyone else who can still get to 7.5? I don't see anyone with 6.5 or more still playing. I see an endgame here, queen against pawn. It should be a win. TP.
Yeah, and black has enough time here to find the way.
So white will flag, and we are going to let the tie breaks shake out for a moment and remind everybody of what is coming next. The playoff. We are done with the 9-round Swiss here pretty much, and we are going on to 2 games of 10+0 between the 2 players who end up 2nd and 3rd on tie breaks. They're going to play head-to-head 1v1 for a spot. It is a 2-game match of 10+0. If you score 1.5 or 2 points, that's it. The winner qualifies to the 64-player knockout phase. If it's tied 1-1, Benjamin Bach has pulled ahead of Suleimanli by less than 1 tiebreak point off of one of the bottom boards in the tournament.
So that means that Bach qualifies, and he's not even playing in the tiebreaks. He just qualifies. He guaranteed himself 5K and a chance to win even a bigger amount. And today he also gets some nice prize, so he can go out tomorrow in India and get himself a nice snacks, Indian snacks. So that's a well done for Benjamin Bach, one of the favorite commentator, the streamer of the Chesscom community. I'm sure our chat is very happy right now, and congratulations to Benjamin. He truly deserved this.
Yeah, he can take the whole Dutch team out with him, right? Build up that team spirit at the start of the Olympiad.
I'm in a good shape. Yeah, that's what he's saying with his victory.
Yeah, that is fantastic. So good to see that. I think he often streams while playing. It looked like he was not streaming while playing today. He was just all business. He's here in the
chat, David. Yes. He's here in the chat.
Here to receive the claps and accolades. What a powerful tournament for Benjamin.
Wow, congratulations. He's now in the chat, and the chat goes crazy too. Well done. Nice games indeed.
Yeah, fantastic result. The crowd is happy. For Suleimanli and Mamedov, it's going to mean a rematch of their crazy last round game. Suleimanli was correct that he had by far the highest tie breaks, by 10 points in the end of anyone going into the last round, was 7 out of 9, but he did not have that many more tiebreak points than Benjamin Bach, who started the round half a point behind, won a game that he needed to win, must win with Black. Always tough, GM versus GM, to win a game with Black. And he pulls ahead. And so we're going to get a rematch in just a minute of that crazy round 9 game that we were just watching. So I'm excited to see these two continue to play it out, because I wanted to see that game, decided.
2022 ChesscomGlobal Championship. And here we are already knowing that Benjamin Bok will join the rest of the players for the other phase of this tournament. But now we have our dessert, as David is calling, and we're going to see the tie breaks. It's a cheesecake for me. What about you, David? What one's your
Cheesecake,
favorite?
huh? Ooh, what would be
Strawberries
my
on top
dessert
of
for
it.
today? I think I would go for some shaved ice today.
All right, so let's take a closer look in chess terms. What does that mean? And the format, we have 10 minutes without increment, and we're gonna have two games, one game white, another game black for both players. And in case if they tie the match, we're gonna have an Armageddon. And David, what the Armageddon means for those who has never seen it?
Yeah, I mean, the format is going to be white gets 10 minutes and black gets draw odds. But how much time black has depends on what the players bid. So they're bidding how low they're willing to go to have those draw odds. Like, are they willing to take 9 minutes against 10 or 8 minutes against 10 or 6 minutes and 17 seconds against 10 with the draw odds? And whichever each player enters a bid, the player with the lowest bid gets black and gets the draw odds.
Wow, that's also quite a process here of
Yeah.
bidding. we have the players ready for the match. They must be very nervous right now. One of these two players can have a chance. First of all, can guarantee a very nice prize, but also have a chance to get more. And we have both of the players on the screen. On the top, you can see Rauf Mamedov, and then on the bottom, you can see youth player from Azerbaijan, Suleymanli. Both of them very focused right now, and also probably very stressed. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to say my guess is that Suleymanli is the one feeling more nervous and more stressed right now. My thinking is this: in the game that they just played, Suleymanli had the clear upper hand throughout much of the game, you know, and he forced a draw, probably still in a good position. He may have overthought his like advantage on tiebreakers, been surprised not to qualify. And so he may be doubly disappointed. Number one, that he didn't just win that game. Number two, that Benjamin Bok passed him on tie breaks at the last moment. Because even after his game was done and Bok's game was done, and you know, you saw Bok move up into the tie for quite a while. The tournament displayed Suleymanli as, you know, in first place. So I think he may be doubly disappointed that he's not just through, and now he's got this whole match to play with everything to lose. Whereas I think Mamedov knew that like his best case scenario there was this 2-game match. And so he's where, you know, he needs to be or wants to be.
Yeah, so he's more prepared mentally for this tie break. Although there is a big age difference between these two players, and this can also affect. I don't know. Some players are saying that the young players play faster online chess. Ralph might say like, no, not really, but I don't know.
Yeah. Another interesting factor that we don't necessarily know is how much do these two players know about each other, right? I mean, Ralph may have been watching Suleymanli's growth over the last 5 years. For all we know, he might have coached him at some point, right? So he may know him quite well. And that's something which can, I think, often favor the more experienced player, even if the youngster is like quicker, more ambitious, more of a blitz fiend, spends more time just playing blitz online all the time because they've got no responsibilities, you know, and Ralph's probably at a point in his life where he's got some responsibilities off the chessboard. But it's I think often going to favor the more experienced player to know, oh, these are the strengths and weaknesses of this youngster. Here's how I can play some of them. So if they know each other well, that might be another small advantage for Ralph.
Yeah, I agree with that. And also all these experiences, and this is a 10 minutes game. And, you know, the experience shows there, as you might find yourself into the openings, or maybe in some kind of position where you might spend more time, and or even not to play until the end, but to lose the game in the middle game. So let's see where this is gonna bring us. But also talking about Suleimanli, he did quite well at this event, and we thought that he was the one who would win the event too. So I consider him, and I would talk about him as an adult chess player already, well-experienced chess player, and quite successful, as he is already grandmaster at this young age. So yeah, tough guy.
Yeah, and he became a grandmaster a year ago at age 16. I already saw him with, a high rating on the junior list already age, 13 or so. He was somebody, competing in my mind for being one of the youngest grandmasters ever, though it did end up taking a couple years. But very, 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 very strong and talented player. He's been on my radar for a while.
Yeah, David, also for some time, at least 1 year, if not 2 years, these youth players, they had no chance to play any single over the board tournament where they could score the norm. So I think that might be a big factor in his case, that he became a grandmaster at the age of 16, not at the age of 15 or 14 or even younger. So yeah, that's also a little bit this detail that all the kids at this point gonna have because of these COVID situations. Some of young generation might not have the as high level as they should be.
So looking at this position, this is the isolated queen pawn. Black has managed to get a few pieces pretty aggressively placed. They're looking for an attack against white's king, and the move queen h6, says that very, very clearly. It says he's maybe looking at sacrifices where he comes in on e3 at the end, maybe a knight on g3, a bishop on g3, or a knight on f2, then taking here. Oh, for example, the move rook e1, which is often played, might be risky because of knight f2.
Yeah, bishop h3 can force that one. Bishop a3, attacking the rook, rook e1, and knight f2, king takes f2, and queen e3, checkmate. There we go. All right,
I'm going to play a passing move for white just to show your point and your idea. First, we go here, kick the rook off of f1. Then we sack on f2, and now it's just the brutality. So that's the kind of idea that black's looking for in this kind of opening. That's what you're working with to try and put pressure on white. Sacks on f2, sacks on g3, sacks on e3. That's big stuff right here.
A lot of things indeed now are threatening, and also black can bring more pieces on the board, can also bring the rook e6, and then put this queen all the way up to h3, and rook h6 can create another mating threats. A knight h4. Oh, I didn't really expect that move happening right now here.
He's looking to trade these bishops and then put the knight on f5. Now, this is something which for a long time I didn't know, even though I was playing a lot of IQP positions, but it's often good for white to trade these bishops. Now, that's weird because this bishop is black's bad bishop with the c6, d5 pawns. And I'm specifically talking about positions where white's played g3, and people would usually think, oh, you don't want to trade your light squared bishop because look at all these weaknesses you're going to have around your king. But very, very often in these IQP positions, after you trade these pieces, you get more space for your queen, and you get this knight f5 threat that comes in. And suddenly black's initiative just disappears. And that's good enough from white's perspective. If there's no initiative or attack from black, then you're pretty good. You've got all kinds of things to look at: a6, c6, g7.
Right. And after knight h4, I was curious why black is thinking here for so long. We mentioned bishop h3, rook e1, knight f2. Same thing can happen, and this game can end in a checkmate. But in fact, if black plays bishop h3, white can go bishop g4 now and offer a bishop trade. If you take my rook on f1, I'm going to take the rook on c8, and I can be just fine with that trade.
Yeah. And actually, I'm going to throw in a crazy idea, Ketty. This is from an actual game of mine. The position was slightly different. Like the rook was on on A8 and the knight was still on C6, there hadn't been a trade. But from the defensive side, I played this move. So it was actually sacking an exchange. There was no rook here. And then I played knight F5, leaving the bishop here. Queen moves somewhere. And then I took on G7, hitting the rook with bishop F5 and bishop H5 to come. And this rook and this bishop on F1 was sort of semi-trapped, right? Where it can't get out to G2 or H3. If it goes this way, I've got the move A4 to trap it. So I can still collect this piece later. So you play it like a full rook sack, and then there's just so many threats.
Brilliant idea.
Yeah, it's one of the,
won that game easily after this sacrifice.
I did win the game. It's one of the coolest ideas I've ever come up with over the board. This like letting the bishop take the rook and then not even recapturing it as an exchange sack. So yeah, so the obvious bishop H3 is definitely going to run into bishop G4 here. And that's why that's why Mamedov is in deep thought here and finally just plays the really passive looking move, bishop D7. That would be a mystery if you didn't know that, you know, white is happy to trade these pieces and go knight F5, happy to sack the rook and go knight F5.
Right, he spent more than 1 minute for this move, bishop to D7, and it doesn't really stop white coming from with bishop G4 now. Probably he has something very strong respond for this, but anyway, we're gonna know that as the bishop G4 has been played, and now he plays bishop E6. That's a bit weird for me. Like he could play bishop E6 right away. So I think
that was a bit of a weird two-step.
Yeah. Maybe he was worried about the pawn on A6 was hanging, but somehow white could take that pawn anyway.
Right, like here, if the bishop were on E6, maybe bishop A6 was somehow stronger there than here. I mean, I'm willing to give these two players a lot of credit for having really thought through what they're doing because they've played really well today.
They did. That's a long day for them. And now these last two games can change a lot for them. Bishop to A7, black is trying to increase more pressure on E3, F2 squares. That happens very often.
White's gonna have to trade.
In the games, in the position of isolated pawn and bishop to D4. That's a very good decision for white to trade the bishop and to have less problems on the board.
Yeah, so tiny minuscule advantage for Suleimanli now, I would say, right? After trading a couple pieces, stopping the sacks on F2, I would favor white a little bit in this position.
Right, bishop off the board. Now, queen takes or pawn takes, white is thinking here. I would like right away take with a queen, but he's also considering to take it with a pawn. Is that? Okay, all right, queen takes.
Yeah, it was weird that he thought for a moment there, but it gave me a chance to check on the clocks because I was wondering, what's he thinking about before recapturing with the queen? And I check on the clocks and look at them dead even on the clock. Once again, like in their previous complicated game, they seem to really have that sense for, you know, using their time well, not getting behind, not playing too fast either. Really well balanced.
They are having really balanced and equal game, and I don't know which player has here a slight edge and which one will be. I think it can be just a luck thing, like the one who is luckiest today gonna win the match.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give Mamedov more credit. I'm just going to keep heaping it on. This move, knight G5, I think that's a fantastic move and a really not obvious one. But if you look at this position, which I thought white has a small edge in, what's the thing white would need to do to show their edge? Fix the knight, right? This H4 knight needs to be on F4 or D3 or C5 or maybe even F3, but it needs to be fixed. With knight G5, he prevents knight F3, of course, but he also prevents knight G2.
Yeah, nice.
So,
is it work?
I mean, black's knight looked like it was on a great square on E4. You know, you might think about knight D6, C4 if you thought about moving it, but knight G5, leaving this piece stuck, I want to give him a lot of credit for that one.
That's right. And now we have knights off the board and white is attacking the pawn on C6. Black can take the pawn on B4 and this game can end in a in a peaceful way, although after taking the pawn on c6, Black will have the isolated pawn on d5, and Black will be the one who has to play a little bit more careful there. Black can also avoid these trades with rook to c8 to guard the pawn on c6 first, and to keep the eye on b4.
Okay, here are a couple more moves. Black has left the pawns. I think trading on b4 was very, very clear if Mamedov wanted to draw it. Nobody's got any kind of like crazy time deficiency where you start thinking about flagging the opponent. So I'm a little surprised he keeps the game going, but he does. And for the moment, it should still be close to balanced because the B and C pawn weaknesses kind of even each other out, and there's possible counterplay with h4, but I don't see much upside for Mamedov here in keeping this game going at the moment.
He might think that white king is far away, and it's a bit also open as the pawn on g3 is right there, and maybe he's thinking of something like, oh, he actually does this rook move, rook e4, h4, h3, and something to get out of this pawn structure that white has.
Yeah. Oh, we get a move here. What on earth? Rook takes d5.
What? How many pieces are hanging?
Several.
And we can see Rav shaking his head, not being happy. He absolutely blundered this move. Wow. And again, anyway, they can play this game, but it seems to be a draw with the correct play.
Yeah, he should be fine. I'm looking over to check their cameras for a second. Looks okay. Looks okay.
Oh, rook d5. Wow, that was such a brilliant move.
Yeah.
Third brilliant move today that we can nominate to be the move of a day. That was really nice.
Yeah. So for anyone wondering, in this 3 versus 4 defense, you want your pawns f7, g6, h5 exactly as they were when we got into this endgame. So they were they came into the endgame perfectly placed from Black's perspective. It makes it hard for white to gain space without making the maximum number of pawn trades, hard for white to make a pass pawn without maximum number of pawn trades. And we see at the moment Mamedov just trying to use a very active rook as well to restrain white's options.
Right, I have lost once this kind of endgame with the 3 pawns, but that happened because I played really badly. I was choosing the worst moves and testing how long I could stay alive, but I think Ralph here knows what he is doing and how to defend it. And now 1 pawn is gone, and this seems to be fine position for him. His rook is ready to give some checks if the king crosses the 5th rank. Yeah, king g5, rook c5 will happen. That's very important check.
Yep. And we get another pawn trade. Clocks are still even. This is heading towards a draw. Has anyone offered it yet? No.
Yeah, because you're gonna lose a lot of seconds with offering draw.
Okay.
So I think it's best to either trade all the pieces or just repeat the position.
So here white offers a trade of pawns with rook h4, king g5, rook retreats.
What is that? Wait, why the bar goes up all the way up? This is losing
because the black rook can't get back to the back rank in time, I guess.
And so they
wow, I was feeling relaxed.
Oh, that's
Mamedov stops and considers. He was expecting rook g6, which is an easy dead draw. In general, the g pawn is just a draw.
Yeah, you just need to keep the king in front of the pawn and the rook on the back rank.
You just need that passive defense.
Now we gonna
trying to prevent king h7.
Yeah, there we go.
But king h6 does the same thing.
Wow, Ralph is really shocked, and he shows so much of emotions right now. He's shocked.
Yeah, so he's got to defend with rook g2 here. Make white find something. Chase the king out. And now he prepares king h7. Nice technique. Nice technique. I think that may have been the only way to win this. Rook g8.
Right. Wow. So you guard your rook with a pawn with the rook on g8, and next.
Yeah. By the way, we just got a gigantic raid. So thank you for that, Eric Rosen, but also for everybody just joining us. Let's orient you real quick to what we're watching here. This is the first game in a 2-game match for a spot in the Chess.com Global Championships knockout, which is a $1 million prize fund event. One of these two players is going to make it. One of them won't. The last prize is $5,000. The first prize is $200,000. So this may look like a little fight over the last grain of a pawn in this position. This is critical.
It is critical, and we had already this kind of position for the second time. So I'm starting to worry about Soleimani as he's not improving for last few moves, not few moves, couple of moves actually. Is that so hard?
He's not finding a way to win it. He's just not. So what happened when his rook was on g8? Why didn't this win? Rook g1.
He's gonna be three.
Oh, he didn't play king h7 in that position.
Oh.
And they've drawn by repetition.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness. He looks unhappy, but not completely upset. He may not be certain that it was winning or not, right?
Oh, Ralph knew how to win it.
Ralph knew.
Ralph knew how to win it for sure.
He knew when he was losing. Oh man.
Look at his face. He's like, okay, I got it. I got it now. I will survive this match. Wow.
Yeah.
The chance was missed by Soleimani. And if he now starts to think about the previous endgame, and he has a time now, he has 10 minutes, right? That's going to be tough for him. The moment you start to think about your previous game, the current game starts to be shake it up. So yeah, he has to fully focus on this one now.
Yeah. I mean, as far as I know, Ketty, the winning approach, I think some people in chat are going to wonder since it didn't get shown in the game. I think the winning approach is king h7 in the position with the rook on g8. If you get checked by the rook, you can play king g7 and then advance to g6. And if the king comes to f7, you can play g6 check, king f6, threatening rook h1 checkmate, rook f8, driving the king away. And then you win from there. So I think that was really clear. So I think it was king h7 in the position with the rook on g8.
Right. We do have here the winner of this event, Benjamin Bok, in our chat, hanging out with us again. And he also witnessed that end game. Unfortunately, was not, nice technique from Soleimani. I'm sure Ralph knew how to win that one. But anyway, that's already the past. And now we have another game. And once again, this structure, the dice.
Yeah. King's Indian attack. And I'm sort of expecting knight b3, a4 here from Mamedov, but maybe the knight doesn't have a great future on b3. Maybe you'd prefer to just play a4 first. But what I like about, oh, he goes rook d1. Okay. What I like about knight b3 is making this bishop choose if it's going to be on this supposedly aggressive diagonal towards f2, or if it's going to stay on e7 and defend like your d6, your own weak squares, right? If it's going to stay on its home diagonal. So I like finding out which way it's going to go here. Okay, we get knight b3 one move later. And the bishop goes to a defensive post. That makes sense. And then a4. Okay, pretty close to what I was expecting.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it's right, exactly the same, David. Now, if b takes a4, that's going to be weakness for black. A5 pawn, c6 pawn, they're not pretty and they will be under attack. So black either has to guard the pawn on a5 and the b5 or push the pawn b4. And when the pawn goes b4, then white can try to get the knight on c4 and control all the squares. Oh, that's a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, he's leaving a5 undefended. And Mamedov doesn't look twice at that pawn, but maybe we should, just to make sure that we understand what's going on.
E4 maybe, David.
Maybe
here.
a4. Pawn takes would attack the bishop, right? But then the bishop could just recapture Ketty, and the e4 pawn's hanging at the end.
Can I play knight e2? I still don't get it. Knight e2. Well, it's big passive pieces, you know, queen b7 can happen.
Right. I mean, I guess white's next move is knight e1 to defend this pawn more. We can see that white's a little bit bottled up here. If the next move is going to be knight e1, maybe just counterplay. Maybe just counterplay there. Okay, so refreshing where they are. Knight h4 was played, g6 to keep the light squared bishop on the board. Bishop g5, now there's no h6.
Queen to e3.
It's pressure.
Oh, he wants
pressure.
to get c5 square under the control. Queen c5 or knight c5. That could be a very nice idea here for white. Oh, queen c5 actually tries to trade in some nice tactics.
Was it Mamedov earlier today who won a structure like this by playing queen d2 to d6 and trading queens? I mean, there was like a really great game like that, but I don't remember for sure who played that one, but I think that might have been Mamedov. And, you know, going queen c5 here would be exactly the same story. You know, the bishop on d7 doesn't have a lot of squares available. You trade off the queen, which is holding some of your weaknesses.
Right. But I was a bit surprised with this, not to try queen f3 first to pin this knight on f6 and force black to play bishop d8 when you had rook on e8. So these rooks are not connected and your pieces are just
right. Oh. Wow. Okay, so we get here rook goes to b8, kind of expecting queen c5, but white's got a wide range of choices here. Wide range of choices.
Right. You can also try to double the rooks first. Knight c5 is out there. Queen f3 is still there. Knight f3. Oh, I didn't see that was coming.
I mean, it's true. It was no longer doing its job on h4, right? It provoked a weakness that lets you put the bishop here, which normally you can't do with a pawn on g7. Black just plays h6 and, you know, you have to give up your bishop. So, I mean, it makes sense to bring back the knight, but I really thought queen c5 looked pretty good.
Yeah, that looks really good to me to trade the queen and to play on these weaknesses that is on the king side with this pawn structure f7, g6, h7, and also queen structure too. But there is an idea to get this queen knight on c5 again, like knight e1, knight d3 would get the knight somewhere nice spot, and maybe later on c5 too.
Tucks this bishop so this knight can come out. I think it's not to put the knight on d7. Black would like to put the knight on e6, but it loses a piece.
Right.
Just a little like trade and overworking. So I think bishop e8 might be to play knight e6 and try and get this bishop out. I mean, we have to watch the e5 pawn. There's a lot to watch. I always lose these positions as black. So just a warning that, you know, I don't really know what to do, but bishop d2 from white, getting out of the way of knight e6.
Yeah, and AB now can be a threat as a5 pawn will still hang in the end. And bishop c3 can be also another idea to hit on e5 pawn.
Okay, and Suleimanli is going to go active here now. He trades on a4 with the idea to then push c5, c4, bring out the bishop. And Mamedov doesn't recapture it. Reroutes the knight.
Instead, he went knight c1. He definitely wants to bring this knight on d3 to hit on e5 pawn, and then additional to play bishop to c3. He's going for a bigger pawn in the center.
Yeah, so black needs something strong, goes for c5, holding the extra pawn for the moment and making space for this bishop. And a big plan could be to sink a knight on d4 White has c3, but every time you move, you give up some of the squares you could cover.
True. And now this is d5 square that Black gave up. Later on, these knights can go back and to control those squares too. And David, in this kind of structure, we have seen already another game where White was, and Black also was maneuvering a lot with the knights, and we're gonna see very similar thing here in this game as well.
Look at that, choosing the f6 knight to defend instead of the f8 knight. The f8 knight is the better placed piece because it has this possibility to go knight e6. If White ever takes the pressure off e5 for 1 second, Black goes knight e6, and then you can't stop knight d4 with a huge advantage for Black. So queen h6.
Ooh, knight d5 is coming.
Yeah, holds it off. Now with the f6 pawn, maybe the knight can come to e6 soon. Again, there's neck and neck on the clock. Ketty, we did a talk show on chess etiquette at some point. So people in chat are asking me, what's the etiquette on eating your shirt during a round? Because we talked about, different behaviors. Is it bothersome to your opponent? Is it distracting? Is it okay?
Yeah.
And I would say it's absolutely a-okay to put your shirt in your mouth during a game. No objections, completely normal.
Yeah. I dislike when my opponent has chewing gum, and in this kind of situations, they are losing control and they're like, oftentimes so annoying. So if he chews his t-shirt without noise, that's okay for me.
Yeah. All right. So there you have it, folks. A 2-0 vote in favor of you are welcome to eat your shirt if you like it. Meanwhile, Suleimanli gets that knight to e6. And I mean, the extra pawn's only a doubled isolated rook pawn. Is not much to look at, but Black has fully untangled and looks pretty strong here,
Black has very nice pieces now. Knight d4 is on the way, and also this the pawn maybe not very strong on a4, but it's still alive, and White can't actually get back anytime soon. The rook is open on b2 on b file and attacks on b2 square, so Black starts to create now started to create some kind of threats, and bishop e4 just goes there and takes another pawn.
Yeah, collects the center pawn. Now that a pawn has become an e5 pawn. So it's a real pawn up now for Black. White's considering rook g4. White's considering throwing a lot of stuff Black's way. And a main resource for Black is, queen g7 at some point. But, we have to watch that these squares in the center are defended when the queen comes off. There's rook g4.
We have a poll running right now. I think your t-shirt during the game, and I don't see the rest, but it's already started so well. So you guys take a look at that poll and vote. It's your time.
So I'll vote. I voted. Now it wants me to pay fake internet currency to create more votes. No, one person, one vote.
Yeah. Democracy. All right. So queen g7 happened, as you mentioned earlier, and now the queen is on e3. White is threatening h5 now, I guess. And anyway, wants to play h5. Maybe it's not so strong after all, but we're gonna see that.
That's ratcheting up some tension on g6. Black does always have the option to push past with g5, but as I've said on some other occasions, you only get so many pushes, right? Your structure becomes more and more brittle and easier for the opponent to aim at every time you move it. And also g5, knight g5 might just win for White here. Definitely something to calculate. Would be very messy with the rook on g4 undefended.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. G5 and knight g5, and to win a queen on this file. So how about, no, you can't even run away with the king. King f7 will met by bishop c4 check, and you have to go with this king on the back rank, probably on f8, not the best square for the king.
Yeah, this is tense. How's the kid holding up to the pressure? He's looking all right. He's looking focused. He's leaning in. The pieces are really big for him right now. And he fights. That's a kid move, you know. Older people want to play something safe and consolidating, you know, in a position like this. But the kid move is you just tear your opponent apart when they try to get you. F5. Yeah. I think that's the move most people in chat were wondering about. Like, can't black just play F5 and fight? We're about to find out.
There's a check. King has to make a decision to go on H5 or F5.
Yeah.
This
He's really low on time here. For the first time this match, it's like a clear time advantage. And with this way, is there knight G5?
I'm thinking about, oh yeah, there's knight G5.
He tries it.
H takes G6, why not that move?
Well, pawn takes G4 was the concern, right? That's black's threat. So this is a rook sack here, this knight G5 move, but knight F7 was looking pretty strong. Now the rook comes to H4. That looks like a strong square. Of course, Suleimanli's plan was to just keep throwing things at white. And now it is just a mess. The extra 2 minutes might help Mamedov here, but he knows he's got to work really hard and really fast right now to keep the kid from tearing him open.
Right, yeah. At this point, to have more time is very important. So you're going to have some more lines calculated more than your opponent, and that's what you need actually here.
He backs up. Backs up. I was looking at rook takes knight on D4, you know, an absolute like bonkers kind of solution to the position. Everybody in chat, you can see the Valbar yo-yoing at this point. It would happen to anybody here except a computer. This is just absolute madness. Here's what I was thinking, Ketty. I was thinking, if you take on F4, it's risky because black can start thinking of opening up the G file, right? But I wanted to do something like this. Rook D4, pawn takes my queen, rook D7. And then like queen, you know, if queen C3, rook H7.
Oh,
that's what I kind of had in
mind. Nice.
Who knows what, you know, what the other backup variations look like as we get the H file opening up, trade on D4. Does black want queen G5? It's hard to keep track of it. Yes, he does want queen G5. White's bishops are looking amazing here. Let's just say this is scary for black. I mean, every diagonal uncontested.
Right, and also the rook on top of it attacks the H file, the pawn on H6.
If the queen weren't hanging on this diagonal, F takes G3 would kill white's king. But as it so happens, F takes G3 gets black checkmated immediately by rook H6 and the queen on this diagonal. So knight F6. I don't know what black's threatening with this move. Maybe knight E4? Yeah, knight E4 probably, right? To get rid of the powerful piece on C3, disrupt the queen.
Yeah, it looks good to get this.
Plays queen C1 to get out of the way of knight E4. King G7, nice. Perhaps threatening FG3 with an endgame. The time is a big concern for Suleimanli. He's down to bullet territory.
That's right. I was thinking about B3 and queen B2 idea to hit the pawn on E5, but it's not time as black is now threatening FG and rook D3 is the way how you have to guard G3 pawn in this position.
Opens up the bishop on C3. Kids have no fear. They just... No. And look at this, just leaves the king on that diagonal. Ketty throws the E pawn at white as well. I mean, this is what he's wanted the whole time. He didn't want to win with an extra pawn. He wanted to just throw everything at the white king and explode things. And
this one, it takes
I remember
G3 now, the threat, winning threat. How to deal with that?
I remember that feeling, Ketty, where I would just play absolutely the riskiest, most outrageous moves. And I didn't even think of it as risky. I just thought, you know, I'm killing them. I'm killing them. I'm killing them. I bet you that's what Aiden is thinking right now. That's probably like the youngster mindset. He's like, I'm killing, I'm killing, I'm killing.
Yeah, that's it. He feels it. He feels it's winning. And look at this actually. Oh, what's that?
I don't know what it is. Don't worry about it too much. I was just clicking ahead a couple moves. I think it was probably just... I think it was just the interface. I don't think he actually blundered a win for white. Look at white's queen trapped on C1. Black can't be losing here. Not anymore.
That can't be losing. There was not even a check for
Yeah, there was like no move for white. I mean, you could play bishop f6, rook f6. That was the only tactical move for white. I don't think it mattered. Can he play the other pawn? Queen h6? No! Oh. I was going to say, just don't do this, but he did do it. That's the no fear. And he falls out of his seat here. He's disgusted. He's got 30 seconds on the clock and he's not at his computer screen. But that's that. You see, he didn't think it was risky. This whole time, he didn't think he was playing a risky position, Keddy. He thought, I'm killing him. I'm killing him.
I forgot it. I'm as a commentator. I'm speechless. Look at Rob being so happy and relief. Look at this. And Suleimani. Oh, oopsie. What a game. What a match.
I think the kid has left the room. I think the kid has run from that room right there. And you see the two sides of youth, right, Ketty? Like on the one hand, he was brave enough to play f5. He was brave enough to play e4, e3. Those were great moves. They were great moves. And the soundtrack in his head, I'm killing him, was accurate for a while. But there wasn't that sense that you or I would now have of like, oh my God, I'm good. Like the worry is just not there. It lets you make the brave moves, but it also includes some blunders.
Yeah, and at the last second, Ralph was out there waiting for this last chance, and he was lucky enough to get, he was lucky. I said this earlier that one of these players would be lucky. I think Ralph was lucky, right?
Yeah, that queen lurking on c1. Remember I said, don't believe the yo-yoing of the bar as long as the queen's trapped on c1, but I don't think you can move your f pawn. Oh no, the lingering queen gets through. Checkmates. On king g8, there was rook h8 mate, everyone. We can wrap up that position for you for a second. And on king e8, there's like a very special checkmate. You can find it in one or two chess.com tactics trainer puzzles. Queen e6, just checkmating the king by yourself. Very rare for a piece to checkmate by itself, only assisted by the opponent's pieces trapping in the king. Usually you need two of your pieces on them.
That's right. Nice game. Wow, David. We're going to have not the winner, but the winner of this match.
Yes.
The interview with the winner. So you guys, you don't want to miss that. So we will be back in a few minutes with Raut Mamedov. So don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back with our guest, the winner of the tie breaks, Rauf Mamedov. Congratulations, Rauf. What a tough match.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. I think we have a bit of... All right, David, I think you want to ask the questions.
I'll try. It looks like we may have an issue with the internet, but we'll try.
Yeah.
Rauf, at the end of that game, when you suddenly won the game, it looked like you were a little bit overcome by the moment. What were you feeling as this game won for you? What is going through your head as you're winning this match?
First of all, play against Aydin, it was very hard to me because he is it's two Azerbaijan players play tiebreaks. It was very strange, and we have a good relationship together. We have many times working together, and it was very hard. And he 3 games in a row outplayed me, and I think what I should be do. And I see my account; it's Boulevard. So I start to play Boulevard chess, and I see this is E2 Queen H6, and I see this is my last chance. Like in Boulevard, play Rook E1, F3, and Queen H6.
Yeah.
I was very lucky, very lucky. But even during the round 9, I play very good, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But last round, I play very bad in opening. He offered me the roll, but I have very bad boogles. I start play also nothing to do. And also in the first game, I think I miscalculate. This is rook endings, I think, winning. He should be playing king h7 somewhere.
Yeah.
I think it's winning.
When the white rook is on g8? Because our chat wanted to know what's the win.
Yeah, king h7, I think it's winning.
Okay.
We know that you knew it, and you knew how
Ketty
to
said
win.
Aydin doesn't know how to win it, but I bet Rauf sees that there's a win for white.
Yeah, because I played terribly. Of course, I'm a little bit tired, but it was my last chance to qualify because we go to Olympiad tomorrow. So I'm very happy to get this chance.
Yeah.
Right. We actually... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Teddy. You go.
We saw a lot of players from your team, and that's what we actually thought, that either you are already traveling at the tournament and you're somewhere at the airport and playing between the flights, or you are traveling tomorrow. So how does it feel to play against your team member or a person from your country in the very last games or in the tie breaks?
It was very hard because we have some situation in Aeroflot Open 2020. We played in the last round, and I was leading all the rounds, but last round I played against him. He played 5 blacks, so in Aeroflot Open this was very important. So, and we played the roll, so he won the tournament. And now this luck back to me, I think. Of course, very hard to play against our teenager. I think he will be very good grandmaster soon. I mean, top level grandmaster.
Yeah. And looking ahead to the knockout, which you've just qualified for, there are going to be 64 players. We were looking at some names today of who some of the invited players are. And it's like Dingley Ren, Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian. What do you think of the 64 player knockout? What's your feeling going into that? Do you have goals there? What kind of excitement do you have for that event?
To be honest, I think qualify to this tournament much more harder than play this tournament. I think qualify is very hard, because too many strong players, and I don't know what's happened with my Googles every tournament. Because last time I also shared second and I was 5. I think more hard to qualify this tournament. When you play in the knockout stage, so it's not so you play. I don't know whom I will play first round, but anyway, I mean it's more than easy than play this qualified tournament.
Okay, so these qualifying tournaments are really tough. That's the feeling that we got also watching. Congratulations on coming through such a tough qualification system. And we wish you the best of luck in Chennai with your team.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That's right. And to add to that, Ralph truly has a lot of fans in our chat too, and we saw a lot of people were shouting out Ralph, go, go, and supporting him. And now they are happy to have Ralph in the next stage of this tournament. So Davis today, Benjamin Bok and Ralph Mamedov qualified out of this tournament, and I'm so glad to be a commentator of this tournament. And thank you so much for amazing commentary. And once again, let's take a look at the prize fund, because it's huge and we can never get tired of repeating this, that you have $1 million prize fund in this tournament.
Yeah, it's incredible. We've now, of the 32 spots that are open to qualifiers, we now have 20 spots, I think, decided, and 12 left up for grabs in the remaining 6 events. The Chess.com Global Championships will continue this Friday with 2 more events at maybe 5 a.m. and 10 a.m. Pacific time. So folks, if you enjoyed today's show, if you enjoyed seeing 20, 30 super strong grandmasters competing for those 2 spots with that huge prize money, we'll be back on Friday with 2 more of these events. For now, have a great day, take care, and congratulations to our winners.